Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call to order actually the continuation of our April 14th meeting for those items on the agenda that we didn't get finished on the 14th. I'll direct you to where we're going to start in a couple minutes, but I have a couple of housekeeping things I'd like to take care of first. I'd like to remind everybody that Governor DeSantis has gone as of today to his full stage 1 policy on opening the state, which means that restaurants can go to 50%, gyms are open and other things. So I kind of like to ask that if you have an opportunity and you don't feel uncomfortable doing so, that you might want to go out and support some of those Sebastian businesses that have had a very hard time over the last couple of months, especially the restaurants. And I know they've been able to do takeout, but they certainly have not been able to generate the kind of revenue that they could before the takeout process. So they're available. So now I'm going to ask you to stand for a moment of silence. I'd like for you to reflect, if you would, on the COVID-19 issue, all those people that are sick and have died, especially the first responders and medical personnel that place themselves in harm's way every day, and then also the people who are suffering some pretty heavy economic cycles on that, and then we'll do the pledge. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Got one more thing. I want to read the civility pledge, and I have to get to it. We will be respectful of one another even when we disagree. We will direct all comments to the issues, and we will avoid personal attacks. Okay, if you have a copy of the agenda from the last meeting, it's been redated to the 18th. We're starting on page 4 of that agenda, item number 3, III, which is the City Council shall determine facts necessary as to whether there was a proper special meeting request by Mr. Gilliams and whether it was improperly denied as a result the proper requested meeting, and that there was a violation of Article 2.12 of the Charter. Now, since we've been asked to do a fact-finding, something I didn't bring up on last Thursday, I would kind of like each member of the council, as they present their facts, if they would gather together the research and reference material that they use and provide that to the clerk after the meeting so she can keep a complete record of the information that's provided to her. And we're going to start with Mr. Hill. If you would like, you can do a summation of what you said on Thursday just to get us all up to date, or you can start where you left off. I'll leave that up to you.
Thank you, Mayor Dodd. I'm actually going to go ahead and start at the beginning because I think it's incredibly important when we have accusations against anyone for charter violations. I think that's something that we should take incredibly serious. And I think it's very important that we have all of the facts outlined and they're fresh in everyone's head at the time that we decide to make decisions. So I'll go ahead and get started. Okay,
I want to interrupt you for 1 second, if I may, because I forgot to say something. We're going to do this without interruption tonight. So if anyone from the council, I'm going to ask the council not to interrupt the speaker, no matter who the speaker is. And if the council, someone does want to begin the process of interrupting, I'm going to call a recess to stop that. I think that it's important that we carry this forward with some civility and just let each person present their information. Okay.
I would absolutely agree 100% with that, and I think there should be no reason why we shouldn't be able to complete this agenda this evening, which would hopefully limit the need for a meeting tomorrow. So I don't anticipate us taking all night to handle this short agenda. So thank you very much for that. I'll start by reading the judge's order again because it's incredibly important. The judge ordered that the City Council shall determine facts necessary as to whether there was a proper special meeting request by Mr. Gilliams and whether it was improperly denied as a proper request for a special meeting, and an improper denial would constitute a violation of Article 2, Section 2.12, of the Charter. Now, I'll start again. We're going to go ahead and do this as a timeline issue because it's incredibly important that we understand where everyone was at every single point during this time frame. On March 9th, the governor of the state of Florida, Governor DeSantis, signed into order an executive order number 20-52. In that executive order, under Section 1, he stated that because of the foregoing conditions, I declare a state of emergency exists in the state of Florida. If you go further into the order, under Section 4, it states, I find that the special duties and responsibilities resting upon some state, regional, and local agencies and other governmental bodies in responding to the emergency may require them to suspend the application of the statutes, rules, ordinances, and orders they administer. Even further, under paragraph D, it states, in accordance with section 252.38 Florida statute, each political subdivision within the state of Florida may waive the procedures and formalities otherwise required of the political subdivision by law pertaining to, number one, performance of public work and taking whatever prudent action is necessary to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the community. In our book of ordinances under section 2-37, public emergencies, mayor to declare states of emergencies. It states the duties of mayor, city manager, city council during emergencies. Paragraph 1, in accordance with section 2.06B of the Charter of the City of Sebastian and Chapter 870.043 Florida statute, the mayor may, in times of public emergency or imminent threat thereof, declare a state of emergency within the boundaries of the city. Paragraph 2, Section A states, the city manager shall be responsible for the overall emergency management function of the city, shall prepare and maintain the city's emergency management plan, shall coordinate with Indian River County, and shall keep the mayor and the city council advised of any action. Paragraph B, under section 2, the city manager shall utilize any available means to give the public notice of the declaration of the state of emergency and the specific requirements therein. Paragraph C, the city manager may issue such orders as are eminently necessary for the protection of life and property, provided, however, that any such orders shall, and this is an important line in here, at the earliest practical time, be presented to the City Council for ratification, confirmation, amendment, or termination. Now, on March the 17th, Mayor Dodd signed into order the City of Sebastian Declaration of Local State of Emergency. This state of emergency describes how we got to the point where we are, talking about President Trump declaring a national state of emergency, talking about how the Governor DeSantis stated a state emergency, and how we were in concert with Indian River County to declare this local state of emergency. Under paragraph G, it states, one of the responsibilities of the city manager would be rights or responsibilities, the cancellation or rescheduling of city meetings. Now, that was on March the 17th. The very next day, we had a city council meeting, and that would have been March 18th. Barbara, could you please play that video for us? Everything that we queued.
I'm the one working with the city manager that insisted we continue with the meeting because I felt like we needed to get together and talk about this as a group, and we could do it safely with the social distancing and so forth without a problem. So, any issues with canceling the April 8th meeting?
No, sir.
No? Canceling the April 8th meeting? No? All right, so it's canceled then. Okay. So our next meeting is April 22nd. Anything else? Anyone have any questions for the city manager?
Mayor Dodd, if I could?
Yes.
I would suggest that
we not only cancel the April 8th meeting, but not hold a public meeting until the state of Florida lifts its emergency declaration.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind, that just because we get, if in fact the state of Florida extends their emergency declaration beyond April 8th through other meetings, then I don't believe it's appropriate for us to be holding a public meeting during these times.
Yes, and the city manager has the authority to actually cancel that April 22nd meeting if it turns out that the state extends the limits that we have. So he can notify us if it's time to cancel that. It's just, I don't want to, I prefer not to say cancel until we decide to have a meeting, but let's put a date, because we have a couple of things like on the agenda right now tonight that we need to postpone until a certain date.
Right, I understand. So we have to give it a certain date, and then we're going to have another meeting. See, I do feel it's somewhat inappropriate for us to have a public meeting when the state of Florida, and we're in concert with the state of Florida, is asking people to not get together in public. So, and I understand why we're here for this purpose, and I think it's good for the PSA anyway. I think that that is a great public service announcement. I think it's very appropriate, but I think that we should make the statement that we're not going to hold a public meeting until the state of emergency has been lifted. And I think that would be the appropriate way to show the public that not only are we asking them to not congregate in groups, we're not going to congregate in groups that would require their input.
Okay.
And we could address that. Like I said, we'll know closer to the 22nd what we have. If we have to close that meeting, the emergency directive order gives me the power to cancel it without meeting with you all. I can say it's not safe, it's not prudent, it's not in the best interest of the city, and I can cancel it based on our ordinance and the powers that are transferred to me. I can sign contracts, bills.
Right.
We have new council members. They haven't been through this. We want to make sure that there's opportunity for them to understand the process, and that we're not trying to do something underhanded or trying to do something subversive, that we're going to do what's prudent for the city. I've been entrusted with this power. I hope that everyone on the council trusts that I'm going to do what's in the best interest of the city. I'm not going to take advantage of that at all.
Well, there's a couple of things there, and I agree with you 100%. The fact of the matter is the emergency declaration has afforded you the power to run this city and to make the decisions that are necessary to. Secondly, I would say that if in fact you were to do something that I seriously doubt and really would bet the House against, you doing something inappropriate, you'll face those measures when we get back to the meetings.
That's correct.
And the third thing, if there was a third thing, I'm starting to get Bidenitis here. But no, so those two things by themselves, you have the extraordinary power to make all of the decisions, to make the expenditures, to approve the expenditures that are budgeted items, and even those that are not under emergency situations. So, and there's no person I would rather have at that helm or with that power than you. So I'm very comfortable, and I hope that the citizens of this community are very comfortable that we have an incredibly capable city manager who's going to be able to take us through this, guide us through this, and he's the one with the brains, not the people up here. So we have him to run the city, and I'm very happy that we have him to do that.
No, not you. Just crossed the boundary, because now he's going to start snickering down there when you said he's the one with the brains and not the guys up here. So I don't have any problem with that. Well, I guess what we can say is tentatively we're going to meet on the 22nd, subject to the ruling by the city manager related to safety issues. How's that? Does that fit the legal thing that we need to do? I'm sorry, if I could, I think that the easy part of this is to follow the guidelines of the state. Yeah. Because that's what we've decided that we're going to do. So if the state still says that we're going to have we would recommend no greater group than 10, my guess is it's probably going to be stay home by then, but who the heck knows? Yeah. But if whatever the state guidelines are, so if the state says that we shouldn't have a gathering of a group of greater than 10, then we shouldn't have a council meeting, because at that point we can only allow one person in here. It's very inconveniencing, and we're asking the public to follow the guidelines of the state, while we ourselves are not doing that. Well, so as it stands right now, the limit of 10 people expires on April 15th, unless the governor decides to extend it. And then it's the CDC guidelines of 50 people after that. So if the governor extends the 10-person limit, then yes, certainly we should not have a meeting.
I'd be very comfortable with that.
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I feel very uncomfortable having the meeting today. I think that if the public can't be here, I think we should we should put this meeting off.
Let me go forward and talk about a couple things first, then we'll do.
All right, thank you very much for that. So I think it's important that we understand the context of what's going on here. On the 17th, the mayor signed the declaration. And the charter states very clearly at the next, or the nearest, let me read this to make sure I'm getting it right. At the earliest practical time, be presented to the city council. So the amendment was presented to us the very next day. So that council discussion took place the day after the signing of the declaration. That's incredibly important. That's pretty quick, if you ask me. So we had that discussion. There was no objection from any council member through that discussion. In fact, one council member, I guess a couple of us, said we were uncomfortable having a meeting when the public cannot be present. So we agreed. There was no objection to the city manager having the authority to close or cancel the meeting or postpone the meeting on the 22nd. Thank you, Barbara. If you fast forward to April 17th, we received an agenda for the April 22nd meeting. And on that April 22nd meeting, and now mind you, the governor had not reduced the restrictions that he had placed at that time and that we were going under. And the discussion we had at that council meeting was that if the governor does not reduce or lift some of the restrictions, city council will not meet. That was clear, and it was understood by 5 council members that that was the case. On the agenda for the 22nd, there were some variance requests, some proclamations, a list of items approved by the city manager, a budget report, pre-construction services agreement, a continuing services agreement, resurfacing the tennis courts, reviewing a future land use map amendment extension, reviewing the mayor's closing of the March 18th meeting. And then, interestingly enough, there was the rescinding of the position of mayor on there. And then Ms. Paris asked to have an item for health insurance for city council members. And so I felt that there wasn't anything that was an emergency issue on that agenda, so I wrote an email to the city manager, and that email reads as follows. After reviewing the agenda for the upcoming council meeting dated 4/22/2020, excuse me, I get to talking a lot. Dated 4/22/2020, I felt compelled to draft this letter in opposition to the meeting. The basis of my opposition is that City Council, at its last meeting, agreed to postpone any public meeting that is not essential to the function of the city until the governor lifts the Safer at Home order. The order has not yet been lifted, nor are any of the agenda items listed on the 4/22/2020 meeting essential to city operations. I feel that at this time, when most people are home following guidelines set forth by the governor and the city of Sebastian, it is important for us to call a meeting it is inappropriate for us to call a meeting. That's pretty important. It's inappropriate for us to call a meeting that requires public input. While I understand that there are alternative methods for the public to comment, not everyone has internet access nor the understanding of how to utilize it. The agenda items set forth by some council members are controversial in nature and most certainly requires the ability of the public to respond, not only those with internet access or those who are tech savvy. The safety and health of our residents is paramount during this difficult time, and I would hope my fellow council members would agree. Unfortunately, it seems as though some council members are demanding this meeting in order to advance their self-serving agenda items, while knowing full well that the public is distracted and fearful. It is disappointing that they would put their personal interests above the health, safety, and welfare of the people they claim to serve. I always appreciate the hard work and dedication you have shown this great city, and am confident that we will be able to pull together through these difficult times with you at the helm. Respectfully, Jim Hill, City Council Member. And that was on April 17th. On April 19th, Paul received an email from Charles Motti. The email said, Paul, with the number of requests to cancel the 4/22/2020 meeting until the citizens can be present and address the council in a public forum, I strongly request the voice of the citizens be honored and that we move the present agenda to the next regular council meeting when the public can be present. That's Charles Motti on the 19th of April. On April 19th, Damian Gilliam sent an email to Mr. Carlisle. This email stated that please do not cancel this meeting. I will have to call the emergency meeting. The public is not educated and does not understand they can participate through social media or one at a time at the chambers. On April the 20th at 11:42, Ed Dodd sent an email to Mr. Carlisle. The email stated, Paul, I have previously verbally asked you to cancel the meeting scheduled for the 22nd. This email is my written verification of that request. It appears that the state's COVID-19 restrictions will change on or about May 1st, which will allow us to have meetings with up to 50 people in the chambers. This level of attendance will allow open public participation. Also, if the May 22nd meeting is canceled, I want to cancel my request for a special meeting to approve Resolution R-2006. We will have time after May 1st to revisit the necessity for that resolution. I want to thank you for all the work you and your staff are doing during this emergency. Our city is well served by both you and the staff. Ed Dodd, Mayor of the City of Sebastian. Again, that is April 20th at 11:42. On Monday, April 20th at 11:39 a.m., Damian Gilliam wrote to the city manager, "Good morning, to whom it may concern. To all charter officers, this is my notice to councilmen, as a councilman, to call an emergency meeting under the charter for April 22nd. Please use the agenda already set out. Damian Gilliams." Now, to me, this is very curious because there was already a meeting scheduled, a regular council meeting scheduled on the 22nd, and there are no provisions in the charter to change a regular scheduled meeting to an emergency meeting. There was no emergency meeting scheduled. It was a regular scheduled council meeting. Mr. Gilliams knows that was curious because the very next day he wrote on April 21st, at 11:26, he wrote, "Good morning, Paul. Just a reminder from my previous email, if there is an attempt to cancel this council meeting, I want to exercise my right for the special emergency meeting within the 24-hour notice." So he already realizes that if, in fact, the meeting is closed, he can call a meeting within 24 hours. And that also includes the emergency declaration clause as well. I understand that you are under a lot of pressure, but I'm sure you're going to do the right thing. Regards, Damian. Mr. Carlisle responded, "I understand and have expressed the fact that the charter allows you to do that." So there's full understanding that the charter allows for a city council member under an emergency declaration to call for a meeting. That meeting has not yet been called for. On April 22nd at 2:35 p.m., Mr. Carlisle wrote, "Good afternoon. Based on the consensus of the council and the authority granted by the declaration of local state emergency, I am directing that the meeting of April 22nd, 2020 be postponed and all items carried forward to the next regularly scheduled meeting. Paul Carlisle." Damian took note of that, and he said at 2:11 p.m., "Good afternoon, Paul. I am in receipt of your letter to cancel the April 22nd meeting. For the city council, based on the emergency declaration, which I've already indicated is an illegal declaration, being it was not approved by 3 council members according to the charter. I hope you take time to get a second legal opinion. Damian." So he received the notice that the meeting on the 22nd was canceled. So at this time, the prudent thing to do, if we have to have a meeting, is to ask the city manager, the city clerk, the city attorney to schedule a special meeting of the city council. He, as a elected official, has the right to do that. He decided not to do that. Now, on the 22nd, we all know what happened. Now, there was a meeting that took place. It wasn't a scheduled meeting, it wasn't an advertised meeting, but the meeting did take place in these chambers. Now, I'm not here to litigate the legalities of that. I'm not here to litigate any portion of that. What I'm here to do is to come up with the facts as to whether or not there was a violation of our charter. So that has nothing to do with what we're discussing tonight, except for the fact that at that meeting, all 3 of our charter officers were presumably fired. The mayor was ripped from his seat, I believe, and a new mayor was installed. So all of the charter officers were fired by 3 council members the evening of the 22nd. The next morning on the 23rd, those 3 charter officers came to City Hall not knowing if their keys were going to work, not knowing if they could enter the building, not knowing the status of their employment. These are charter officers, very well-respected individuals in our community. They did not know their status. And just 15 minutes before Mr. Gilliams decided to have a press conference where he proclaimed, we had an ex-city manager, we had an ex-city attorney, and we're going to replace him. He sent an email requesting to those same officers that they presumably fired the evening before that they schedule a meeting for Friday. What's a person to do at this point? They don't even know if they have jobs. Well, he clearly knows they have jobs because he's emailing them, but they don't. So the only thing they could do is to hire an attorney and try to figure out what exactly is going on here. Legally, what's going on. Again, I'm not going to get into the legalities of the meeting that took place. That's for the state's attorney and that's for others, and unfortunately, we are currently being sued because of that. What I'm getting at is, where was the mentality and the thinking of the charter officers on the 23rd? They didn't know if they had a job. They didn't know if they would even be able to come in on Friday. And just before Mr. Gilliams decided to have a hooray party out front with a bunch of people screaming and hollering through his mask sometimes and pull it off, whatever. But just before then, he asked them to schedule a meeting. That is not a legitimate request for a meeting. That cannot, by anyone who thinks straight, be considered a legitimate request for a special meeting. It just can't be. You can't say, you're fired, now do this. It just doesn't work that way. So unfortunately, our charter officers had to hire attorneys. Things got put on hold. Damien, on Thursday, April 23rd at 12:45:03, which is less than 15 minutes before his press conference, wrote, please call a special meeting. He wrote to Jeanette Williams, Paul Carlisle, and Manny Anand, the 3 that they fired the night before. Please schedule a meeting for Friday, April 24th, 2020 at 6 p.m., according to the city charter. Not a reasonable person in the world would say that that's a legitimate request. Not a single person in the world who has reason could think that if you just fired somebody, you can go ahead and request that they schedule a meeting so they can fire you. It's just ludicrous. The agenda, by the way, will be to replace the city manager and to replace the city attorney. So he already knows or thinks or wonders if they're fired or not. I would suggest they're not fired, but I understand the reason for them to have to get an attorney and to have a judge make the determination as to how to proceed. It's very, very unfortunate that that had to happen. Next, Damien added, please add to the agenda modification of emergency declaration for a special meeting on Friday. On Friday, April 24th, Mr. Carlisle wrote, good afternoon, pursuant to the governor's emergency declaration and the declaration of local state emergency signed by by Mayor Ed Dodd of the City of Sebastian under Ordinance 2-37, delegating the authority to schedule and cancel council meetings to the city manager. Therefore, the requested meeting scheduled for April 24, 2020 is hereby canceled. Accordingly, all meetings of the City Council are canceled until the current restrictions are lifted by the governor. Now, the dialogue that we just went through shows very well that we all wanted to have meetings. We all wanted to have these meetings. We all want the public to know that we want to work for you guys. We want the city to move forward, but we want to do it in a safe way. We all said we want to have meetings. Let's have a meeting as soon as we can get people in here. Mr. Dodd said he wanted to have a meeting as soon as we could get people in here. On Tuesday, May 12th, at 3:18 p.m., Damien Gilliams wrote to Ms. Williams. Good afternoon, Jeanette. This is my official notice. This is my official notice for a special meeting for this Thursday, May 14th at 6 p.m. Damien. That was a request to have a meeting. That meeting took place per the request. That meeting took place in following our charter. And now I guess we're in a continuation of that, and we have one scheduled for tomorrow, should we not be able to get through this. However, I think we should be able to. I think it's clear there was no violations of the charter. I think it's clear this council wanted to meet, every single one of us wanted to meet. And I also think it's clear that, that there was some nefarious actions taking place to try to make it look like there may be violations of the charter. But those violations, in my opinion, and I think the facts as laid out, prove that there was no violation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Malty.
Unfortunately, I haven't been able to complete the fact-finding that you have asked for, and that's on me. At this time, I do want to apologize to the public for the actions I've took, and that's my responsibility, and I accept that. When I complete the fact-finding, I will turn it into the city clerk ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ferris. Paris, I'm sorry, I keep wanting to put an F in front of your name, I'm sorry.
Ferris or Parrish?
Paris, okay.
Well, it was to my best understanding prior to April 22nd, as confusing as it was, that we were having a meeting here that evening. And I made it very clear that I feel strongly that meetings need to be held. I mean, Judge Kroom ordered the special meeting on April 22nd. And I don't know. I'm really a little confused about the declaration to give this authority to the city manager as far as canceling meetings. So I personally chose not to hire an attorney because I truly believe that I haven't violated anything, and I wanted to save the city that cost. So I represented myself at this hearing. I called the city attorney's office the day after the special meeting that came here on the 22nd, believing it was happening, from city manager calls and everything to my best recollection, because I wanted to be transparent. So I can only expect the facts to keep coming to the table and hope I get clarification on this as well. I know that we have to get used to a new normal. CMT was a new ordinance by the governor, Judge Kroom, and Governor DeSantis said it is our new normal. We can carry on meetings, and it's important that we do so through technology and CMT, and unfortunately, we're just going to have to learn that, I guess. It's a whole new world, and we're in this together, and I really hope we can come to a peaceful resolution tonight. That's
Oh, you done? Is that it? Councilmember Gilliam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to go ahead and I want to move to strike Jim Hill's comments, everything that he expressed after the 22nd of April, just for the record. And by the way, April 24th was legitimate. I'm going to go ahead and use the projector because I want the whole community to see the documents that I have. If I can also get to queue up the March 18th meeting as well. I want to take a look at that as well.
Test that mic, if you would, please. Make sure it's on.
Testing, 1, 2.
You're on.
First of all, what I would like to do is share with the community documents, because documents don't lie. The charter does not lie. When I was elected along with Pam and Charles, we took the oath of office to uphold the charter and the Constitution. And I'm going to show you, as I go through everything here, that that's what we did. We upheld the Constitution and the charter of this community. And while we tried to do that, there were other individuals, and I'm going to remind the mayor that I'm going to use civility, because the last speaker did not. He was mentioning names and taking shots. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to put the facts out. So, somebody made the remark that odd year, even years, there's 6,000 people that vote, and only 1,800 or 2,000 that vote on the even is the high number, because you got presidential elections, congressional elections. Odd is the off year. Well, the people that vote in the odd year are the ones that are true voters. They turn out to vote all the time, and they're the most educated voters. Okay? So it's important that we get this information out to all the voters, especially the ones that put us in there. The reason why I'm pushing this forward is to have meetings for this community under this virus. The county commission's having meetings, the city of Vero Beach is having meetings, the president's having meetings, the governor's having meetings, everybody's having meetings but Sebastian. Why is that? And I understand, I get it. There was an election over annexation, and there were 3 new council people that come on the dais, because that's what the people wanted. And this started from the day of annexation. So how are these guys going to go ahead and steal power legally under a false declaration? I'm going to show you how it's false. And I'm going to hold the city attorney accountable for it being false. A declaration is a proclamation, just like the county did. Let me show you what the county's declaration looks like. Do I have this? There we go. So, it's like a resolution. It's a declaration proclamation with a resolution. And if you go down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th paragraph, it says Resolution 2019-55. And they're tied together. There's a reason why they do that. It's to tighten things up so that when you do turn power over to an administrator or city manager, that they follow the details of that resolution, something we did not have on file. That's what I tried to pass last Thursday night. I wanted to amend the declaration and add something to it, but I was opposed because most people didn't understand how that works. But the county understands how it works. Other cities throughout the state of Florida understand how that works. That's so that administrators don't run amok and do things that are not approved by the elected officials. So, let's go ahead and show you document number 1. This is the declaration we put out. Now, this was signed on March 17th. Our meeting was on the 18th, the next day. City of Fellsmere waited, the city manager waited to go to the council to approve, because he understood that, yes, the mayor has the authority to declare an emergency, but he does not have the authority to approve it. And there's a difference, and I'm going to show you that. And it's spelled out in our charter. And our city attorney should have known that. So, on that March 18th meeting, I did not see this declaration. And we're going to go to the tape. We're going to look at that. That meeting was all over the place. It was not, they didn't even call roll call. I had to remind them. I'm not sure if they knew exactly what meeting they were at. They were so excited, we gave the power to the city manager on the 17th. And by the way, Mr. City Manager, that makes you a councilman, because now you're in the mix. And you have certain things that you have to abide by under the Sunshine Law that you have not abided by. So,
Councilmember Gilliam,
excuse me, you said we're not going to interrupt. No, I'm on a roll, please. You're
Would you like me
breaking
to
the
take a
promise.
recess, or will you listen? Would you please not reference anything and personal comments to anyone in the room? I'm just asking you to do that. Don't point to him. You can talk about Jim Hill if you want, but please do not reference personal comments.
So, once again, when Mr. Dodd got with our city manager on March 17th and the city attorney, and they conspired together to sign an illegal declaration, a proclamation, and they put in there, it was the last item, G, the cancellation or rescheduling of city meetings. I don't see that in the counties, and I'm sure if you look at other cities, their resolutions are not going to permit that either. And the funny thing is, when you try to, under the charter, to do a special meeting, which you're allowed, and I'm going to show you that, they didn't want to hear it. They were hiding under the disguise that, hey, there's a pandemic. Well, there's a pandemic because everybody's playing golf at the golf course. The governor said not more than 10 people, but that was okay to leave open. They're playing at pickleball court. That was okay to leave open. They are using the boat ramps. That's okay, but we have a virus going around, and we cannot have meetings. Well, the judge said when you have meetings through Zoom and technology, more people participate. The handicapped don't have to come out of their home. You can ask the same questions. So, this document will go down in history as a fraud. Let's go to document number 2, under the Sebastian Code, section 2-37. And I want everybody to read it, because it does not lie. Duties of the mayor, city manager, city council during emergencies in accordance with section, now this is important, pay attention. In accordance with section 2.06B of the chapter of the City of Sebastian and chapter 870 Florida statutes, the mayor may in times of public emergency or imminent threat thereof declare a state of emergency within the boundaries of the city or any portion thereof and invoke the provisions of Florida statute 870-041 and 047. Most people didn't look at that statute, but that's really like military law. That's like we're getting bombed. I see you laughing, Mr. Mayor, because you agree with me. So, Mr. Presidente, Potente, they call the general. So, and I sent a letter to our city attorney after the meeting was shut down on March 18th, and we're going to see that. I sent the letter asking him a few questions, legal opinions, and I told him, take your time, back it up with facts, statutes, case law, because I will have my attorney review it as well. And he danced, and I'll show you his answer, I'll get that document. He would not give me a straight answer. So, this is the mess we're in now because we couldn't get clarification. But in accordance with section 206, let's look at accordance with section 206 of the charter. Okay. Here's section 206. Mayor's duties. I'm not going to go into the top stuff. Let's go down here where it says, the mayor shall preside at each meeting of the city council, shall have a vote upon matters before the city council, but shall not possess veto power. Correct?
Yeah.
And we're have an attorney on us now in that variance board meeting I'm going to show you. You demonstrated violation of the charter by unilaterally shutting down a meeting and using veto power. And you cannot do that under our charter. That is a strict violation of our charter. It says it right here on page 6 of 20. Charter, City of Sebastian. You shall not possess veto power. The mayor shall have the power to preserve the peace and order, be recognized as the head of the city government for all ceremonial purposes, and shall be recognized by the governor as the head of the city government for purpose of military law. And by the way, this was a pandemic. This was not military law. This was a disease, okay? The mayor shall sign all ordinances and resolutions. By the way, we didn't do a resolution. We did a proclamation. Very incomplete, very poorly done. And the proclamation of the city of okay, there it is right there, resolutions and proclamations of the city council, I repeat that, all other documents as required by law on behalf of the city as directed and authorized by the city council, which shall be also attested by the city clerk. By the city council, majority of 3. You do not have veto power. That is in your charter. That puts you in violation, along with the city attorney as well. And being that the city manager was under the impression that he was acting as a council member, we might have some sunshine law violations there as well. We'll get into that. Because now he's polling you, and he's polling Jim Hill, and he's talking to you, and he's one of the guys. He's now got the authority. So let's move on.
Mayor Dodd, I know I'm not supposed to interrupt stuff, but we're talking about facts here, so if we could
Excuse
just
me.
keep things to the facts, I'd be appreciative.
This is all gonna, this is all coming together. This is all gonna come together. This here is from the March 18 meeting that Mr. Dodd unilaterally shut down with his veto power illegally by a applicant for the variance, and we had a vote that evening to move forward with hearing that quasi-judicial hearing, and Mr. Dodd did not like the way the vote went, so he went ahead and gavelled the meeting closed, looked over, and everybody can watch the tape when I show you the tape. You looked over to the city manager and the city attorney, and go, what do I do now?
No.
I never expected that. Well, we'll let the people decide, Mr. Mayor. Okay? So it says here under section 206, mayor, vice mayor. This attorney from Brevard County, mayor duties, general. The mayor shall preside at each meeting of the city council, shall have a vote upon the matters before the city council, but shall not possess veto power. Now we have an attorney coming after us because you're bringing more liability to the community. Can I get my water, please? Thank you. So now we have another problem stewing, and this is why we wanted to have our April 22nd meeting, because the problems are coming. So now that you guys got together and you conspired to take the power away from the 3 newly elected officials because you didn't like what's going on, they didn't like, the community didn't like what's going on in annexation, and I'm going to share some stuff with the community that you were trying to do illegally during the pandemic. So let's put that document away, because we will be hearing from that attorney shortly. I know it's going to bring more money, because if our city attorney was doing his job on March 18th, we would not have been, he would have called you and said, Mr. Mayor, you can't do that. But he was not. He was new. He was not aware of the charter. And I did sing happy birthday. You told me to shut up, because it was a present. I just sat there and I just watched, and I said, I can't believe he's doing this.
I just told you to turn your mic off.
I know. But anyway, let's go ahead. Let's move on to document number 5. No, I'm sorry, document number 4, procedure. Meetings. The city council shall meet regularly at least once a month at such times and places as the city council may prescribe by resolution. Special meetings of the city council may be held on the call of the mayor or any city council member.
Yes, sir.
Very clearly in the charter, I took that oath. We all took that oath. The mayor or any city member. There shall be at least 24-hour advance notice, which will prove that there was. Said meeting shall be held at 5 p.m. If a public emergency exists, any council member or charter officer may call a special meeting. That's what I did. And the advance notice requirement, as well as any time restriction, could be waived. It shall be waived. If I wanted to push the issue, all city meetings shall be public meetings except as well otherwise permitted by law. Right there. You guys conspired to stop me from having that meeting that I requested on April 22nd. Another violation of the charter. Document number 5. Continues, let's see, under 212 procedure, voting, 212C. Up on the top, voting. Voting may be by voice vote, except that a roll call or vote shall be required on appropriation of funds for the approval of any ordinance, or upon any motion upon the call of any council member. The ayes and the nays on each roll call vote shall be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. 3 members of the city council shall constitute a quorum. And that's important to remember, always, always. But a smaller number may adjourn from time to time and may compel the attendance or absent council members in the matter and subject to the penalties prescribed by the rules of the city council then in force. No action of the city council, except as otherwise provided in this charter, shall be valid or binding unless adopted by the affirmative vote of 3 or more council members. It's written everywhere. Oh, it's on all the documents. When I got my orientation packet, they gave me a document, nothing gets done without 3 votes. I watched meetings for 30 years, I've been in and out of this chambers, 3 votes. There's no strong arm mayor form of government, sir. There's just not. That's document, okay, that was 5. Number 6 on here, emergency ordinances, which I know it takes a supermajority of 4 to get an emergency ordinance put together, but that's there as well. And for the people at home that want to take the time to read that, we need to do one so that we have it for the next hurricane that comes through. We need an emergency ordinance, or we need some sort of resolution, so we don't have these problems. Because when I show you the videotape, we don't have the brains up there. We know who's got the brains, right? We don't have any brains. We're dumb. Yeah, because we challenged you. Huh? Okay. So, yeah, that's, we got to look at that. And it's a complicated procedure because you do need a 4 vote. I thought this was interesting because this says it all. This is the description and duties of the city manager. And every place I highlighted, it talks about the city council members. And it goes on to read, this is his job description. City manager performs highly responsible management, administrative, and professional duties as the chief executive officer of Sebastian. The incumbent exercise a high degree of independence, initiative, and professional expertise in the daily administration and management of municipal operations in accordance with the policy established by the city council, the city charter, the city and state and federal laws and regulations and guidelines. Overall responsibilities for all departments, including community development, public works, administrative services, public, police, information technology, building department, golf course, airport, provides visionary and innovative leadership, supervision, and general direction of the department of directors to coordinate their efforts towards the achieving their departmental and city goals, works closely with the city council. Performing related duties and functions as delegated and assigned as required, works performed under the guidance of the city council. The position reports the mayor and 4 council members under the administrative direction of the city council, not the mayor. The city council performs skilled administrative work serving as the city manager, overseeing all city department heads, requires professional administrative and supervisory work and directing the overall management of the city government as determined by the policies and the directions of the city council. This employee is appointed by elected city council. The employees in the class of this appointing supervisory authority of all employees of the city and not otherwise excluded from the manager's authority by the charter. This employee is responsible for providing the city council. This employee is responsible for carrying out the policies and the plans of city council. It's very clear, Mr. City Manager, who you report to. You do not report to Mr. Dodd. That I can tell you. Here is, and I thought this document was very interesting because this is an executive order by our governor. And I thought, when I look at these things, I always look at the dates that they're stamped. Local government bodies may utilize communication media technology such as telephonic conferences. That was on the 20th, 2 days later. You were pushing it. You must have knew something. You got You got a direct line with the governor's office. But you were shoveling out to us at that meeting on March 18th. And we didn't even have Wi-Fi in here. But we're going to get to that. I'm going to show everybody how you were putting one over on everybody. So, yeah, there's the executive order right there, my friend, dated 2 days later. So maybe you knew something we didn't know. I thought that was interesting. Here's the judge's order. Thank you, Mr. Councilmember, for reading it into the record. I want the public to make sure that I was not going to let you guys hijack our charter and our community and not allow us to have meetings so that you can get your business done. I was not going to allow that. So, and by the way, you filed the suit to get an injunctive relief against me, Paul, me, Pam, and Charles. We counted it and won. The judge saw it. She read the charter. She read the ordinances. It was very clear. That's why we're here today.
1 for 6,
Excuse me. I know you can't hold back. The truth hurts, but here we go. I want the public to be able to read the judge's order. The city manager is directed to ensure that the city council shall meet at the city hall applying all public health, COVID-19 requirements, including proper distancing of the people and the use of electronic communications access for the public. The city manager is directed to set a time for the city council to meet, and practical time for the city council to meet is ripe. Perfect. Now, ripe. You know what a ripe tomato looks like, Mr. Mayor? Ripe. So, the meeting of the city council shall include the following subject matters to be placed on the agenda. Number one, whether or not the city council chooses to keep or terminate the state emergency issued by the mayor. We have the right to terminate that. People put out lies that on Thursday night saying we were jeopardizing our FEMA dollars if we were to get any. Complete lies. Complete lies to this community. And there are local papers online that are promoting that, and it's wrong. It's wrong. We just wanted to clean it up, Mr. Mayor. That's all we wanted to do. And the judge wanted us to clean it up. Any orders issued by the city manager from the date of the issuance of this declaration in the local state of emergency and until shall be submitted to the city council for review, action by the city council in accordance with section 2-372C. She even mentions it. It's right there. I like that judge. She's on top of her game. The city council shall determine facts necessary as to whether there was a proper special meeting request by Mr. Gillums. We will establish those facts. We will establish those timelines, and it's in writing. And we're going to show the public how you manipulated it with the gang at City Hall to deny us our right to have our meetings under the charter. Shall be submitted to the city council for review, action by city council in accordance with section 37(2)(c) of the municipal code. The city council shall determine facts necessary as to whether there was a proper special meeting request by Mr. Gillums, whether it was improperly denied as a proper request for a special meeting, and improper denial would constitute a violation. Here's another violation for you guys, Mr. Mayor. Article 2, Section 212 of the Charter. That's the thing that you swore to uphold when you took your seat as a councilman. The city council may enact any emergency ordinance under the provisions Article 2, Section 213 of the Charter, which I shared with you. Any other issues requested by any member of the city council or charter officer may also be placed on the agenda, as this order shall not limit the items to be addressed by the city council. Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing us to try to get caught up, because we're behind. There is no bond required for this temporary injunction as to the plaintiff is a public official and the subject matter of this order is in the public interest. Application for costs and entitlements and amounts are reserved. This order becomes immediately effective the date it is filed. The clerk of court reserves jurisdiction over the parties to enforce any noncompliance with the temporary injunction dated May 12th. Your Honorable Janet Carney Crone. So, here's one of the documents we used in court. This was from Mr. Dodd, dated Monday, April 20th, 2020, at 11:43 in the morning to Paul, Manny, and Jeanette. Council, please do not respond to this message for your FYI. I have previously verbally asked you to cancel the meeting scheduled for the 22nd. And we know why you wanted to cancel that meeting, because Councilman Charles put you on there to rescind your position because you've been acting improper and violating the charter. That's why you didn't want that meeting. and we're going to show you how guilty and how, when you lose the confidence of your peers, you should be, let me finish.
Have you asked for a special meeting? That's what we're talking about. I'm
Please
getting
don't
kind of
interrupt
tired
me,
of this
sir.
personal
Please,
stuff.
I'm asking you, please don't interrupt me,
Okay.
please.
When it's my turn, I will help you.
You can have the floor, and I promise you, I will not interject.
Go ahead.
So, see, I'm going to take a minute now because I wanted to get a point across to you that,
Just breathe as much as you need to.
thank you so much.
Have a drink of water,
Thank you.
relax.
I appreciate
Sit down, say a mantra. Get comfortable.
So, oh yeah, you were concerned about being rescinded, and as somebody who lost the confidence of the board, like Mr. Gilmore, he lost the confidence of the board. He was a class gentleman. Mr. Gilmore, Mayor Gilmore, he stepped down. He didn't want to have confrontation with the community. He stepped down because two other council members, I'm not going to mention names, they used the procedure of rescind and reorganize. And I remembered it very clearly because Mr. Jerome Adams was supposed to be the mayor, but they didn't accept his resignation. And I understand that you like being up there, but you know what, Mr. Mayor? If I don't have the confidence of my peers, I would do the right thing. I would step down and let somebody else run the meetings. It's that simple. See that? Even the people out there agree. So, I understand why you wanted to cancel that April 22nd meeting. I get it. It hurts. Emotionally, it hurts. I get it. I don't have a big ego. I'm okay with stepping down. So, there's Mr. Dodd's letter on April 20th to the city manager. Here's the documents we submitted to the courts. And these are all the emails. So here's, this was exhibit number 1. This was from Paul to Damien. This was towards the end. This was on Friday. Let me go ahead and let me put these to the side because I don't want to confuse everybody. Let me go to these emails, make it a little easier. And then I'll go to those. This is Jim Hill's email, which he mentioned on April 17th, requesting to not have the city council meeting. And that was Friday. The agenda packet came out on Friday, and he noticed that you were going to be rescinded and removed. Or Charles was going to recommend that we're going to see how that would fly. Charles has been known to change his mind. I understand that. So, in the queue here, this is on April 21st. Good morning, Paul. Just a reminder from a previous email, if there's any attempt to cancel that city council meeting, because I saw all the activity online with the emails that were coming through to my account. I want to exercise my right for a special emergency meeting within 24 hours. This was on the 21st, the day before. And it was done properly. It was done at 11:28 in the morning. Because I was in contact with Paul, and he was feeling the pressure to cancel the meeting. But I reminded him that under the charter, if you're going to cancel the meeting, you give a 24-hour notice, then you need to give a 24-hour cancellation notice, and then insert my special meeting, which he did not do. He waited 3 hours before the meeting got canceled, which confused Charles because he showed up thinking there was a meeting, and he's entitled to change his mind. He might have said, I'm getting a lot of pressure from my constituents and I might need to cancel this meeting, and Paul took it. But then there was another email that came thereafter and said, I am adamant, I want that meeting. And then Paul later on said he had a consensus of 3 council people, which when I saw Charles here that day, I was kind of confused because he was under the impression there was a meeting. So, here is from Damian Gilliams, April 20th. This was Monday, 2 days before. Good morning, to whom this may concern. Jim mentioned this to all the charter officers. This is my notice. Councilman to call emergency meeting under the charter for April 22nd. I was just putting them on notice that I wanted that. This was done on the 19th. Please do not cancel this meeting. I will have to call an emergency meeting. This public is not educated and does not understand the participate through social media. And that's what I meant by that. Technology, most of the seniors in our community are not familiar with Zoom and using technology. That was taken out of context. Paul, this is where Paul confirms on April 21st, Tuesday, the day before, 11:29 in the morning. I understand, and I have expressed the fact that the charter allows you to do that. Because it says April 21st, Amy Gilliams, good morning, Paul. Just a reminder from my previous email, there is an attempt to cancel this council meeting. I want to exercise my right for a special emergency meeting within the 24-hour notice. And that also includes the emergency declaration clause as well. But I wanted to fix that. I understand that you are under a lot of pressure, but I'm sure you will do the right thing. This is from Damien. Just so you know, I just received your email for those emails. Up until now, I have not said who was going to ask for the special meeting, but I will have to send them to them. Now, that's the big question. That's the $64 million question. Who's sending them to them? Because, now remember, you're acting in the capacity of a city council person because the authority was sent to you, and you're polling. He is polling the city council people, which is a complete violation of the Sunshine Law. Okay? So I'm not going to put the city manager on the spot right now, but I would like to know if you would contact me after the meeting. I'd like to get an answer to that, if he can make a note of it. Just a reminder, let's see, there's an attempt to cancel, okay. Includes the emergency declaration. I made that very clear. This is on the 20th, Monday. Good morning to my concerned charter officers. This is my notice. So there was plenty of notice to do the proper notification, to advertise it. If you were going to cancel the regular meeting, then he would have had to push in the special meeting and do it properly. But there was a plan, and the plan was, let's do it 3 hours before. And then we don't have time to notice everybody. That's what the plan was. And that's not good. That's why you're losing confidence with your peers and the people in this community. That's wrong. That's not right. That's wrong. And I sent this to Paul. You are wrong. And I reminded him. This was at 4:43 after he canceled it. I told him 212A of the charter requires a monthly meeting, period. You cannot cancel because of emergency. Special meetings may be called, and I went into it. There's no second is required, as mentioned in the charter. And then I went to 213, requires 4 members to pass an ordinance. I understood that. I wanted to make sure he understood that. This is from Damien to Paul, the day of 5 o'clock. Just a reminder there. To remind him that he was wrong, what he did, after he already told me I had the right to call that. And this here is showing Thursday, 23rd. And by the way, when we had that meeting on the 22nd, the public was here. Your friend was holding open the door. We can only allow 10 people in this chambers. You went to go get the police, and we welcomed you to do that. We said, we'll try to wait for you, but we're going to get started. Your friend decided to leave and lock the door, but we already had 8 to 9 people, and we were leaving 2 spots for you and the police officer. We videotaped that meeting, so there was no clandestine that we tried to pull over on this community. And by the way, we didn't fire anybody. We set up a meeting for Friday for a due process to find out why. Why was this meeting canceled 3 hours before? That's why those emails were sent to the charter offices. I'm very aware of due process. Everybody has an excuse. That's why and it says it in the video, it's very clear, we are calling for a Friday meeting to get to the bottom of it. Okay? And the public is being misled by a local newspaper online saying that we were violating the Sunshine Law when I asked 4 people in here, please videotape this for the record so we have it. So, there was proper notice. Proper notice. You failed to tell the whole community 3 hours before. You, Paul, and the gang pulled the carpet out from underneath us. And that's why we proceeded. I came down here. Actually, I was called down by Buzz, one of our supporters, and said, we're having a rally, you should come down anyway. And if you look at the videotape, I came with a polo shirt, didn't bring my book, but when Charles showed up, all dressed up, ready for a meeting, I was kind of shocked.
So Buzz
And he was
called you?
upset. Excuse me.
Buzz Herman called you?
Excuse me, please, please. So.
I'll ask you that later under oath.
Okay, so please. So, and here is at 12 in the afternoon, the day before, on Thursday, the letter, please call a special meeting for Friday in accordance with the city charter, so we can get to the bottom of that. But the lies and the rumors and the misrepresentation and making us look like, hey, we don't know what we're doing, well, we're not as slow as you think, as you say in the videotape I'm about to show everybody. We did win in court, and the judge did take our side. Okay. We're getting down to the end here. Here's another one on the 24th for everybody to see. This is from Paul Carlisle. When we were going back and forth, I am in receipt of your request, and I will take the appropriate actions. This was at almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And so he went ahead and canceled a second. He violated the charter a second time, because if he would have got some good advice, they would have told him, if you know, you need to have that meeting if it's called. And I told him where to look. I told him exactly in the charter. And it states there, I'm in receipt of your email 155. And we went back and forth, and I made it very clear here. And I want to take a minute for everybody in the community to see exactly what transpired, so that I wanted to hear it right from our city manager, why he was denying us a second request for a public hearing, public meeting, special meeting. People at home can take a screenshot and take a look at it later, because I see the mayor's getting a little antsy. He wants me to close it up. But I was adamant about having the Friday meeting to get to the bottom of what transpired on Wednesday. And that's right there, April 24th, 2 o'clock, 2:48 in the afternoon. Here's the procedures for meetings. The city council shall meet regularly at least once a month, and I think I went over this. And there shall be at least 24-hour advance notice of any special council meeting. It's that simple. It's very clear. Voting 3 or more council members. Now, while this was transpiring, we had an annexation, and along with the annexation, we had a land amendment to the comp plan. It was expiring. Graves Brothers were contacting, Mr. Bass was contacting the city manager and Lisa Frazier in community development, saying, hey, that's going to expire, we need to do something. I have the emails. I will share them with the community. We are in litigation right now over the annexation agreement with the Audubon Society and the city. Why would staff, under an emergency declaration, knowing that it's not anywhere in the books, because I researched it, that gives them the administrative authority to start extending something that should have went through planning and zoning and on to the council for approval. Not only did they extend that land use designation application because it was expiring, not only did they do that, Florida statute says you can do it for 180 days. What did Mrs. Fraser do? She did it for a whole year. Now you're outside the ramifications of that Florida statute, which automatically gives you a 180-day extension. When you go outside of those ramifications, you must take it back to P&Z. We're under litigation. That file is red hot. The voters put 3 people in here to monitor what happened on that annexation and to possibly get due process all over again. And your staff, with your help, city manager's help, went ahead and proceeded to, somebody gave the okay for her to send that off and go further than the normal statute. And to me, When there's something that's being litigated, it should have been brought to council. But you didn't want to bring it to council. That's why you gave the power to the city manager. We're not having any meetings because we don't want council to know. I get it. So, I'm not going to go through all these other exhibits, but I'll give them to the clerk for the record. But they're all here, the ones that we used in court, that the judge looked at. This is the kicker. From Paul Carlisle, Tuesday, April 21st. This is before Wednesday, way before Wednesday. He had plenty of time to cancel the regular meeting and implement my emergency special meeting, and there wouldn't have been any problems. We wouldn't have had to been in the chambers trying to get city business done. On April 21st, Damien Gilliams writes, "Good morning, Paul. Just a reminder from our previous email, if there's any attempt to cancel the city council meeting, I want to exercise my right for the special emergency meeting within the 24 hours notice, and that also includes the emergency declaration, because I wanted to fix that and clean that up. And I understand that you are under a lot of pressure, and I'm sure you're going to do the right thing." And you write back, "I understand. I have expressed the fact that the charter allows you to do that." It is black and white. But somebody got to him and told him, wait, because they're going to rescind me that night. Let's cancel that meeting. Let's cancel that meeting. Let's do it 3 hours before. They put the pressure on the guy. And that's wrong. That's wrong. You 24-hour notice to set the meeting, Mr. Mayor, 24-hour notice to cancel the meeting. That's out of respect. That was all done on the side, violating the Sunshine Law. State attorney is going to be looking into that. And we're going to push that issue because we have an obligation to the community to get that done. So, in closing, we're going to play this video. And then I'm going to point out everything in the video that the people should be looking at. Barbara, are we queued up? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'd like to bring the March 18th, 2020 meeting of the Sebastian City Council to order, please. Would you stand for the invocation by Dr. John Gill, Sebastian United Methodist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Vice Mayor Malty.
Right.
Can you turn that overhead off, Damien?
Gracious,
Turn the
loving
overhead
God,
off.
we
We're
come
not seeing
before you
any
this
video up here.
evening,
I did check.
asking for your wisdom
We got it
and
now.
guidance for these city leaders and for all governmental leaders throughout our nation and our world. The spread of this virus is not only threatening the health and lives of all people, it also is triggering an economic crisis, the likes of which most of us have never seen in our lifetimes. We're anxious and fearful, for we don't know what each day will bring. But you, O God, have told us in your word over and over again,
So after he's done
fear
here,
not.
God's going to jump into the meeting.
Through the prophet
He's
Isaiah,
going to
you
jump
said
into the
to
meeting. I want
us,
the people to see in
do
advance
not
what's
fear,
going
for
on.
I am with you.
You're breaking up.
Do
the
not be
prayer.
afraid, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will surely help you.
It's a playback.
I will uphold you with my right hand of righteousness. Yes, Father, we can trust you to see us through this difficult season, and you will be with us through whatever comes. So send your Spirit upon these city leaders and grant them your wisdom to steer this community through dark and stormy seas to a brighter tomorrow. We pray all this, confident in your love and saving grace. Amen.
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So Mr. Dodd's going to tell everybody we got Facebook going here. There's no Wi-Fi in the chamber, okay? Watch how this all goes down. And the Wi-Fi could have came.
Okay, council, this is going to be kind of an unusual meeting. On Tuesday, as you all know, I signed a declaration of local emergency in concert with any River County, and I believe the municipalities in the county, with the exception of Fellsmere, and they have to have a special council meeting to do that. And we are operating right now under guidelines that have been established by the president, and specifically those established by Governor DeSantis. I'm going to let the city manager in a couple minutes kind of explain some of the things and the actions that have been taken prior to the time we get into the business that we're doing this evening. But before that, I kind of want to assure the public that we had this meeting tonight with not necessarily with a heavy heart, but we just chose to have the meeting because there were some items that we really had to deal with. First, this is the first time that the council as a whole has met since I declared the local emergency, and I felt like that the council needed to be together at one time while we do that. Secondly, we do have some business items on the agenda that we do need to deal with, and I'm going to go over those in a couple of minutes. But we are coordinating our efforts in Sebastian with the county. We're coordinating them with all the cities in the county, and we're coordinating them with the governor's office and with the directions that come from Governor DeSantis. He is aggressively attacking this virus and the issue at a state level, and we are responding to that. We've been directed at the municipal level that we cannot have groups of more than 10 people in a gathering on any property that is owned by a municipality, hence we had to limit the access to this meeting tonight. We are going to have access to the public in a couple of cases. We also have a Facebook feed that in a few minutes Barbara's going to get up and explain to us how people can get into it. You look surprised, but she said you mentioned it to her. And I have right here on my iPad that she gave me a feed from her so she can transfer questions from the public that we can then respond to as we have to do that. I think it's our belief that the governor has implemented steps that hopefully will allow the local governments to mitigate as much as possible the impact of the virus, and we're moving in that direction. Secondly, anyone who wants to get some emergency notifications from the city, if they go to the cityofsebastian.org and move down a little bit on the page, they'll find the link to sign up for emergency alerts. If you please go do that, follow that link, and then follow the page it takes you to and fill in the information, then when and if the city has to respond to an emergency alert, you'll actually get that emergency alert on your telephone and your email access. It's kind of important to do that. I'm going to turn it over to City Manager now and let him talk a little bit.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So,
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, are we going to do a roll call, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you do a roll call, please, before I do that?
Can you stop that for a minute?
Mayor Dodd?
Yes, here.
Vice Mayor Motti?
So this is a reflection of a meeting that was not properly run. You will see that when you go through the next 5-10 minutes, well, Paul will get to speak on some of the things that he's implementing. With no input, it was already done, that you guys took it upon yourself to do that. But you will see that there was no proper input from the other members of council to modify the agenda. You, Mr. Mayor, decided to do everything on your own. Go ahead and finish go ahead and play the tape.
Councilmember Gilliams?
Here.
Councilmember Hill?
Here.
And Councilmember Paris? Here. Thank you.
All right. Now, Ms. Carlo.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, a couple of things. You know, we're all cognizant of our social distancing and trying to eliminate the spread of this disease through contact, which seems to be the most common form of, as they know today, of spreading the disease. So some of the things that we've put in place at City Hall is we're encouraging online permitting as much as possible through our MyGov system. Our building official is working on an email system so that residents can scan in surveys and things to do some of the minor permitting. We're setting up electronic participation, which Barb's going to talk about through the YouTube, Facebook, and this Zoom to try to allow the public to participate electronically, which we think is going to be more commonplace as this thing moves forward. And talking with our community leaders in the different cities, it's all of us are looking at some type of virtual meeting. There's some resolutions out there doing that. We're still waiting for confirmation or an opinion from the Attorney General on that virtual meetings. And so we're going to be looking at all that information and bringing that back to you for consideration. I've canceled all mandatory, non-mandatory travel, so people are not going to be traveling and going to other events. We're evaluating the long-term issues with these school closures. The governor has said April 15th. There's also some talks of schools being closed for the remainder of the school year. And we have employees with children, and we're looking at that issue. We're trying to evaluate how the Senate had just passed the companion bill from the House regarding those who get affected with coronavirus or their families that get affected. The president hasn't signed it yet. We're going to evaluate that process. Our staff is looking at policies and drafting policies for our review and the attorney's review for telework and how we're going to monitor that for those that may be viable for them. Obviously, we've installed barriers. If you look at the building department, we've put some visqueen up to separate the people from our staff to keep the cross-contamination from going on. We provided disinfectants, hand wipes, and encouraged everybody to wipe down their area often, keyboards, cell phones, desks. We've instructed the cleaning crew to do a higher level of sanitation and sanitizing all doorknobs and handles and desktops and counters when they do their cleaning. We required, so then back to the inspections inside homes, we made to extend that and defer those non-essential inside home inspections, because people may not want our staff in their homes, and we may not want to be in those homes to help prevent that spread and violate that space. So air conditioners may not get their final inspection. It's not going to stop them from running the air conditioner, but it's going to put a burden on staff later on. But we thought it was important to not go inside people's homes if not necessary. We canceled garage sale permits. We're getting that message out so that, you know, a $2 garage sale permit isn't worth having someone come into City Hall for a $2 garage sale permit. We're not canceling garage sales if people want to have it, but we're not going to make them come in and fill out a $2 permit fee to get that at this point. It didn't seem to be the right thing to do. We canceled all city-sponsored events, Easter egg, all of the events at the park, any events in any of our facilities. The community center, the senior center's closed, the arts center, Indian River Lagoon Council has went to working at home. Indian River College, who also is in that building, has decided, I think they're going to do all virtual classes. So weddings and things of that nature that were in our parks and that we have asked to be canceled. We're looking at some ways to sanitize our parks equipment because we're not closing the parks per se. We're going to try to find a way to somehow sanitize the equipment. We're not sure how that's going to go. We closed the splash pad, and all of these are in conjunction with the same thing the cities and the county is doing. They closed their pools, they closed their gun range, well, they're working on closing the gun range, that's under contract, but their events have been closed. We're in daily conference calls with the county and the cities and the state of Florida and the federal government, and getting guidelines daily from the Emergency Operations Center and the Department of Health, and we're following those guidelines. The CDC and the state guidelines are something that we're taking to heart. We're following the governor's orders on restaurants. We've met with the restaurants and bars and those that are encouraging them to keep the 50% staffing rule, not sit people at bars. And you know, if you have a restaurant or bar open, it's food and beverage. It's not just beverage. If you exceed the 50% alcohol sales, then you're a bar, and then it has to close. And I just got an update from the Florida Department of Business and Regulation emphasizing that again today. One note is the mobile testing should be starting tomorrow at the Cleveland Clinic at Indian River County Hospital at the emergency room. Only those that have the symptoms and have that 99-degree or higher temperature. If you feel sick and you just want to go get tested, they're encouraging not to impact that site just because you want to get tested to make sure you don't have it. So that's going to be, you know, we don't want to waste tests on people that aren't symptomatic. The county is going to open up their emergency lines tomorrow at 8 a.m. Don't call it, or 8:30 a.m. Don't call today because it's not going to be there. And they're going to run it 5 days a week, or 6 days a week. They're looking at maybe something on Sunday. Starting next Monday, they'll go from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then the last thing is I'm saying we should probably cancel the April 8th meeting and move all of the items and move to the 22nd. That'll give us past the April 15th date that the governor has put in place, and we can have a better handle on what's going on after that date, or as we get closer to that date.
Okay, is that it? Okay, the April 8th meeting closure, it's within the purview of the...
So, that was an announcement. If you look at our agenda for that day, announcements come after agenda modifications. The agenda modifications come later on, and under agenda modifications, you need a unanimous, modifications, additions require unanimous vote of the city council members. Unanimous. If I recall that day, we did not see a copy of because they signed it on the 17th, and I don't recall seeing a copy of the declaration to review. But Mr. Dodd's going to go in now. He's going to show everybody in the community how he's going to modify everything on his own. He's going to look to some of the members later on after the fact. But we're newbies. We don't know any better. Go ahead, Barbara. Play that, please.
City manager to actually do that, but he's wanting to make sure we don't have any issues with that. I think it's an appropriate thing to do. We've had, I don't know if any of you have had it or not, but I've had lots of emails today about why we didn't cancel this meeting, but I felt like I'm the one working with the city manager that insisted we continue with the meeting because I felt like we needed to get together and talk about this as a group, and we could do it safely with the social distancing and so forth without a problem. So, any issues with canceling the April 8th meeting?
No, sir.
No? Canceling the April 8th meeting? No? All right, so it's canceled then. Okay. So our next meeting is April 22nd. Anything else? Anyone have any questions for the city manager?
Mayor Dodd, if I could?
Yes.
I would suggest that we not only cancel the April 8th meeting, but not hold a public meeting until the state of Florida lifts its emergency declaration.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind, that just because we get, if in fact,
Okay, so here's the veteran. This is the veteran chairperson here who's been on the council longer than anybody. The guy that doesn't, I don't want him, no civility, but it is of record. He does not show up to a lot of the meetings over the years. But he doesn't want to have any meetings because we up there, we're brainless. And we're going to turn everything over to the new sixth council person, Mr. Carlisle. Okay? So I want everybody in the community to watch Jim. Go ahead and sell everybody that, and by the way, there was never a consensus and there was never a vote. You can't do that without a consensus vote. And I want everybody to pay attention to that and look for that. Go ahead, Barbara.
the state of Florida extends their emergency declaration beyond April 8th through other meetings, and I don't believe it's appropriate for us to be holding a public meeting during these times.
Yes, and the city manager has the authority to actually cancel that April 22nd meeting if it turns out that the state extends the limits that we have.
Okay.
So he can notify us if it's time to cancel that. It's just, I don't want to, I prefer not to say cancel until we decide to have a meeting, but let's put a date, because we have a couple of things like on the agenda right now tonight that we need to postpone until a certain date.
Right, I understand. So we have to give it a certain date, and then we're going to have another meeting. See, I do feel it's somewhat inappropriate for us to have a public meeting when the state of Florida, and we're in concert with the state of Florida, is asking people to not get together in public. So, and I understand why we're
The state
here.
of Florida, the governor, they don't want us getting together on public property in public, but yet they leave the golf course open. Pickleball's open. Boat ramps are open. Fish and Wildlife had to go out there to the sandbar and tell everybody, break it up. But we couldn't have a meeting. I thought that was interesting. Go ahead, Barbara.
For this purpose, and I think it's good for the PSA anyway. I think that that it's a great public service announcement. I think it's very appropriate, but I think that we should make the statement that we're not going to hold a public meeting until the state of emergency has been lifted. And I think that would be the appropriate way to show the public that not only are we asking them to not congregate in groups, we're not going to congregate in groups that would require their input.
Okay.
And we could address that. Like I said, we'll know closer to the 22nd what we have. If we have to close that meeting, the emergency directive order gives me the power to cancel it without meeting with you all. I can say it's not safe, it's not prudent, it's not in the best interest of the city, and I can cancel it based on our ordinance and the powers that are transferred to me. I can sign contracts, bills.
Right.
We have new council members. They haven't been through this. We want to make sure that there's opportunity for them to understand the process, and that we're not trying to do something underhanded or trying to do something subversive, that we're going to do what's prudent for the city.
Stop
I've been
right there.
entrusted with this power. I hope.
So they're going to do what's prudent for the city. On this agenda, you're going to see later on, as we start modifying it, under new business C, approval of pre-construction service agreement with Wright Construction Group they're from the West Coast, by the way. Design and build a municipal garage. This is the start of a $5 to $8 million project. We're now, wait a minute, I want to put it all together. Don't interrupt. So we're going to start at a $5 to $8 million project while we're having an emergency. We're not sure if we're going to be getting sales tax. We're not sure if we're going to get fuel tax, but we're going to start a $5 to $8 million project down at the airport. So I want you to watch how Jim tries to move it from C under consent agenda where we don't discuss it.
Before you let the public...
We don't discuss it. Wait, let me finish my point. We don't discuss it. We just approve it without anybody looking at it. Go ahead, hit it, Barbara, show it.
That item
That
was
I'm not
not
on the
moved
council
forward.
trust that I'm going
I
to do what's in the
understand
best
that,
interest
but I
of
just
the
want to
city. I'm
show
not
the
going to take
intent.
advantage of that.
I want to show the intent.
No, you're
Well,
lying right
there's a
now.
couple of things there, and I agree with you 100%. The fact of the matter is the emergency declaration has afforded you the power to run this city and to make the decisions that are necessary to. Secondly, I would say that if in fact you were to do something that I seriously doubt and really would bet the House against, you doing something inappropriate, you'll face those measures when we get back to the meetings.
That's correct.
And the third thing, if there was a third thing, I'm starting to get Bidenitis here. But no, so those two things by themselves, you have the extraordinary power to make all of the decisions, to make the expenditures, to approve the expenditures that are budgeted items, and even those that are not under emergency situations. So, and there's no person I would rather have at that helm or with that power than you. So I'm very comfortable, and I hope that the citizens of this community are very comfortable that we have an incredibly capable city manager who's going to be able to take us through this, guide us through this, and he's the one with the brains, not the people up here. So we have him to run the city, and I'm very happy that we have him to do that.
No, not, you just crossed the boundary, because now he's going to start snickering down there when you said he's the one with the brains and not the guys up here, so. I don't have any problem with that. Well, I guess what we can say is tentatively, we're going to meet on the 22nd, subject to the ruling by the city manager related to safety issues. How's that? Does that fit the legal thing that we need to do?
I'm sorry, if I could, I think that the easy part of this is to follow the guidelines of the state.
Yeah.
Because that's what we've decided that we're going to do. So if the state still says that we're going to have we would recommend no greater group than 10, my guess is it's probably going to be stay home by then, but who the heck knows?
Yeah.
But if whatever the state guidelines are, so if the state says that we shouldn't have a gathering of a group of greater than 10, then we shouldn't have a council meeting, because at that point, we can only allow one person in here. It's very inconveniencing, and we're asking the public to follow the guidelines of the state while we ourselves are not doing that.
Well,
So that would be
as
my
it stands right now, the limit of 10 people expires on April 15th, unless the governor decides to extend it. And then it's the CDC guidelines of 50 people after that. So if the governor extends the 10-person limit, then yes, certainly we should not have the meeting.
I'd be very comfortable with that.
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I feel very uncomfortable having the meeting today. I think that if the public can't be here, I think we should, we should put this meeting off.
Let me go forward and talk about a couple things first, then we'll deal with that. How's that? You don't want
How
to
far
stop
are you
it
gonna
there,
go?
do you? I'm just going to go to the next item.
Okay?
Okay. Any other questions for the city manager?
Okay, stop it, because Mr. Mayor wants me to tell everybody why I felt not comfortable having the meeting. It was a quasi-judicial meeting, and there were witnesses. You got adversaries, but there's more to that. When I really show you what transpired there, it's going to be sickening and disgusting what transpired there, how they gunned for the applicant the next day with code enforcement. But I'm going to show you. Go ahead and continue, Barbara. Thank you for
Let me
reminding me,
get my
Mr.
thing
Mayor.
back on here so I can find out if anybody on Facebook has sent any questions in. Apparently not.
We got no Wi-Fi. Oh, look, watch. Watch.
There's someone typing right now
that's
on
Barbara.
Facebook. Everyone is on Facebook, no questions at this time. All right, thank you, guys. Okay. Now, in order to have this meeting, given the rules that we're working under, there are certain agenda modifications that we are required to make. And I want to go over those pretty quickly, and then we can decide where we go from there. The first agenda modification is that we're going to bypass the proclamations and awards and brief announcements section on the agenda. I was originally going to read the proclamations, but we're going to bypass that section. That's section 7.
What does that mean when you bypass that? I mean, I see that on page 7, we have a contract for financial services for $43,000.
We're not.
We're going to sign off on that, or?
There's nothing in section 7, proclamations, awards, and brief announcements for any $43,000.
I'm looking at page 7 here, City Council Agenda Transmittal Form.
Yeah, he said item 7, so...
I'm talking about item 7 right now only, not page 7, item 7.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'm sorry.
Item 7.
Now, you're
Okay.
supposed to be in
Item 8,
modifications here, right? But
which
you're
is
not.
public input.
You're
That's
jumping all
also
over
being
the place.
scratched
Go
from the
ahead.
agenda. And that is, based on the attorney's advice, we have basically we have the responsibility to do that because we can't really have the public coming in and out of here to do that. On item number 9, which is the Board of Adjustment, we need to convene the Board of Adjustment and postpone this quasi-judicial hearing until our next meeting. And I'll let the attorney talk when we get to that point about how we can structure that motion so that it fits the fact that we may not have the 4/28 meeting if it turns out that we can't have it, but we'll talk about that at that point in time. The reason we have to
4/28 or
postpone that
4/22nd?
is that if we just don't do it, then we have to go through the whole process all over again. It's not something we can simply bypass. Under item, so that would be item 9A and B, which basically are that we would postpone. Under item number, under consent agenda, if anyone pulls an item from the consent agenda, then that item is not just pulled for discussion tonight, that item is pulled and will have to be moved to our next meeting. So as long as no one wants to pull the consent agenda item, we're okay with the consent agenda.
I want to pull something.
Well, we'll get to that at that point.
Okay.
Under item number 13, committee reports, we're going to pull that item completely from the agenda, item number 13. And under item number 16, which
I'm
is on
glad
page
he's asking
4,
the council members during this
package,
meeting for input.
of the agenda.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes.
I do not mean to interrupt you, sir. You're rolling well, but you skipped item 15, unfinished business.
Oh, unfinished business we're going to do. We're going to bring that up tonight.
Well, that requires public input.
Yeah, we're going to authorize either through Facebook or through thing, anybody in the band that's in that holding room back there that wants to talk about that to come forward.
Is there any way we could move that to
But we've got streets that are being paved, we've got driveway, we've got work that needs to be done, so unless that can't get approved, we need to move forward with that.
Is there any way to move it to consent, which would change the need to?
Well,
I don't have a problem with that.
yeah, Mr. City Attorney, that's tabled. Can we pull it from the table to the consent agenda?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, say again?
Item number 15 is tabled. Can we pull it from the table to the consent agenda?
Yes, you can pull it, you can pull it
Okay,
out.
is that a motion to do that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so a motion by Councilmember Hill, and do I have a second on that?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Gilliams, that we pull item number 15A from the table and that we move it to consent agenda item F. Okay.
Is there
that all
any
right?
discussion? Did they want to?
Well, when we get to the consent agenda, we can't talk about it if we're going to approve it under the consent agenda without discussing it. Okay. Now, under item 16, we're going to pull items A and B. So A and B go away. Now, that doesn't, the quarterly financial report is not really an action item, and the individual who was going to do the presentation on B is not here, and we asked them not to come and do that presentation. Item C and D we need to discuss because they're projects that we are in the process of trying to move forward with, and if we don't have the money allocated, we
Stop
can't
right
move
there,
forward.
please.
And I can open that up for public comment either through the internet.
So the mayor is talking about C and D, and we are now in a pandemic. We have a declaration of emergency, and they want to approve a $5 to $8 million project. Sales tax is going to drop, fuel tax is going to drop. We may have to lay people off if things don't get better. If we get a second spike, the problems haven't started yet. But yet they want to start a major project. But I'm going to remind you how Mr. Hill tries to move C when I objected, and he's going to try to move that under consent agenda. Go ahead, Barbara, play that.
Okay. Any other questions? Any questions, Ed? Apparently not. There's someone typing right now on Facebook. Everyone is on Facebook. No questions at this time. All right. Thank you, guys. Okay.
Yeah, he said item.
We have a contract.
Section on the agenda. I was originally going to read the proclamations, but we're going to bypass that section. That's section 7, $3,000.
I'm looking at page 7.
We need to convene the Board of Adjustment and under item, so that would be item 9A and B, which basically are, that we would postpone. Under item under consent agenda, if anyone pulls an item from the consent agenda, then that item is not just pulled for discussion tonight, that item is pulled and will have to be moved to our next meeting. So as long as no one wants to pull the consent agenda item, we're okay with the consent agenda.
I want to pull something.
Well, we'll get to that at that point.
Okay.
Under item number 13, committee reports, we're going to pull that item completely from the agenda, item number 13. And under item number 16, which is on page 4 of that package of the agenda.
Mayor Dodd?
Yes.
I do not mean to interrupt you, sir. You're rolling well, but you skipped item 15, unfinished business.
Oh, unfinished business we're going to do. We're going to bring that up tonight.
Well, that requires public input.
Yeah, we're going to authorize either through Facebook or through anybody that's in that holding room back there that wants to talk about that to come forward.
Is there any way we could move that to
But we've got streets that are being paved, we've got driveway, we've got work that needs to be done, so unless that can't get approved, we need to move forward with that.
Is there any way to move it to consent, which would change the need to?
Well,
I don't have a problem with that.
yeah, Mr. City Attorney, that's tabled. Can we pull it from the table to the consent agenda?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, say again?
Item number 15 is tabled. Can we pull it from the table to the consent agenda?
Yes, you can pull it, you can pull it out.
Okay, is that a motion to do that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so a motion by Councilmember Hill.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Gilliams, that we pull item number 15A from the table and that we move it to consent agenda item F. Okay.
Is there
All
any
right.
discussion? Did they want to?
Well, when we get to the consent agenda, we can't talk about it if we're going to approve it under the consent agenda without discussing it. Okay. Now, under item 16, we're going to pull items A and B. So A and B go away. Now, the quarterly financial report is not really an action item, and the individual who was going to do the presentation on B is not here, and we asked them not to come and do that presentation. Item C and D we need to discuss because they're projects that we are in the process of trying to move forward with, and if we don't have the money allocated, we can't move forward, and I can open that up for public comment either through the internet or through people in the back room.
I would suggest we move C and D to the consent agenda as well.
There you go.
Okay, I have no problem with that if someone wants to make that motion.
I have a problem with it.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Yeah, I don't want to move that to consent agenda.
Okay, so those are the changes. Anyone have any issues with those changes? I need a unanimous vote to do that. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Not opposed, the agenda changes happen. Okay. So we're now to, okay, I am now going to recess the Sebastian City Council meeting and convene as the Board of Adjustment.
Mayor Dodd, I
Can you fix
would
that?
make a motion to
That's at 23.
postpone.
23, 27 up there. So now we're switching meetings. We're going over to the Board of Adjustments for a variance. For a gentleman, I know personally, but I did have to throw him out of my business. But he's entitled to due process. He's entitled to get his hearing. Okay? And what transpires here, because throughout the evening, when I went to the bathroom and I saw all the people outside in the back, his neighbors, talking to a staff person, I'm not going to mention her name, and they were venting, and I can hear them venting. And that's why I was not sure about having the meeting without having everybody in here. So I want everybody to watch how, this is in the bag. This has already been decided. The motion has already been prepared by the city attorney in advance. And, well, I'm going to show you. And I'm going to show you how it was prepared. And this is what I call screwing over an applicant that wanted to just get a fence permit and put him off and send code enforcement after him. Go ahead and roll the tape.
This item, items A and B, and I would defer to the city attorney for direction on when we shall call this item.
If I can, my recommendation for the board would be motion to postpone item 9B and continue item to the April 22nd meeting, subject to any further restrictions from Governor DeSantis' office. Item can be further postponed to a date to be determined.
That's the motion.
That's the motion. Did you get that? All right.
I will help her.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. I guess, any comments? All in favor, signal?
Well, I'd like to have a discussion on this.
Well, if you have a comment, I asked for comments.
Yeah. So we'll postpone this to April 22nd.
Yes.
And the reason for postponing it?
We can't have an uninhibited public comment
Is the
under the
gentleman
rules that we're
here?
operating.
Is the gentleman here? He's
No,
not here?
it's not, doesn't matter. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and the rules for a quasi-judicial hearing are a little bit different than the other things that
So this is where it's going to come in. Mr. Hill is going to go ahead and he's going to look to the city attorney for the famous motion because Jim didn't do it. He wanted the city attorney to get it right, who specializes in code enforcement, by the way, which is what he told us in his interview. And when he's done making the motion, look to the city attorney, look to Jim to give him the old, look, we took care of it, okay? Your request is taken care of. Watch the city attorney, look over to Jim when it's all said and done. Go ahead.
we're doing,
is
and
disgusting.
it's impossible for us to really offer, under the rules that we're operating, to offer an undivided public opportunity to get involved with this. And so it would be onerous on the public for us to do this and at this time, so that's the reason for trying to move it. Would you like to comment, sir?
If I can, Your Honor, pretty much my recommendation was to postpone any quasi-judicial issues and land use matters, anything that's non-essentials, because of that fact. And this has been, I've been discussing this with several attorneys throughout the state of Florida, and a lot of them, actually all of them, are doing the same thing. So issues like this should be postponed to a further date. That's what my recommendation was. Exactly. What he's saying is because of the process of the quasi-judicial means it's adversary, means you have witnesses, you cross-examine, you put witnesses together, you might be crossing the 10-person rule, per se, and it's just not, at this point, it's not worth it, and we could postpone to a future date, which is my recommendation.
Okay, just so you know, I did talk to Mr. Solari about this and talked to him about what the reasons were, and he was fine with that. He understood. He said he understood what the issues were.
I would also, if we can make a part of that motion, if he's under, if there's any
Here we go.
code enforcement action on the property, that it will cease until we see this. Is that reasonable?
Is there code enforcement problem?
I don't think there's any action on it right now.
No?
Here we go.
Are you going to pause it now?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any.
No.
Okay.
But that would be, if I may, Mr. Attorney, I believe that would be something that would be brought up during the public hearing.
We could actually, if during the quasi-judicial hearing, it turns out that there is some code enforcement action that's been taken,
Okay.
then we could deal with that separate
Very
from
good.
this.
I can tell you, Your Honor, there's also code
Your
enforcement
mic's
action.
not on, I don't think. Or is my headphone going away?
It's on. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
We've also recommended that code enforcement hearings also be postponed as well because of this issue.
Okay.
I'm not aware if the property has any code enforcement issues pending.
Here we go.
Okay.
There
Any
you
other
go.
comments?
Done. Well, we took care this of is it. why We screwed them over. I think this meeting
Why don't you
should
stop
not
the
have
tape
a
for a
public
second?
hearing. Just listen.
The whole thing
Stop the
should be
tape for a
postponed.
second. Are you afraid to do it now?
No, you can do it. You want to play it back a few times?
No, let's stop the tape for a sec, because what he said was, if there is code enforcement, we should not enforce it.
Code enforcement comes the next day.
That's what he said.
Yeah, code enforcement comes the
That's
next
what
day.
he
Let me
said.
finish. Don't interrupt me.
No,
He gave him the cue. He
I just
prepared
can't
the
let you
motion.
lie.
He's going to read it out of his book. Watch.
Okay.
The whole thing.
I think we've already gone past that.
I was waiting for you to bring it up. You told me you wanted to discuss
Well,
a few
I brought
things.
up the agenda modifications that are required to get forward with this, so, yeah, if all we did was not have the meeting and not take this action on this item, then we would have to go through the entire notification process again on this item. By doing it the way we're doing it right now, we do not have to go through the entire notification process again. It's a legal issue with this item, this particular item, that we do that.
It's still going to be on the agenda for the 22nd. You still got a notice anyway? You tabling
No,
it?
it's already been noticed, and the fact that we moved it to the 22nd, that notice, those notices are still valid.
And this board does not feel, I mean, they feel comfortable having a meeting without the public here?
I feel comfortable having a meeting under these regards, yes. Anyone else want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think it's important for the public to know that we're having this meeting and that they can see it on television, that we're actively concerned about the situation and that we're not ignoring matters and issues, so I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, I mean, we've set up Facebook pages.
Okay, I mean, if the consensus is to move
So,
forward, then
yeah,
we'll move forward. I don't know how Charles feels about it.
Okay.
I'm uncomfortable moving forward with any of this right now.
Okay.
All right, well, we have a motion on the floor.
Freeze it.
Let's do a roll call, please.
Freeze it. So, the next thing is going to
Vice
be a
Mayor Marty?
vote that
No.
our Mr. Mayor Dodd violates the charter by utilizing his powers to veto, unilaterally veto a vote that said we had to proceed with this hearing. Charles, Pam, and Damien voted to proceed with this variance meeting, and then Mr. Dodd says, after the vote, he says, no, we're going to end this meeting. He's going to throw down the hammer. That is a violation. You don't have the authority to do that. You cannot do that. I showed that in the charter. You need 3 votes to do that, okay? And then I want everybody to watch your expression when you look over to the city attorney, city manager, and you go, I didn't expect that. Now what do I do? Go ahead, play it. Here we go.
Councilmember Gilliams?
No.
Councilmember Hill?
Yes.
Councilmember Paris?
No.
And Mayor
Okay,
Dodd?
motion fails. Given that, I am going to cancel, I'm going to close the meeting, and we're going to move the rest of the entire agenda forward to our next meeting.
Illegal. Violation of the charter, big time. This is why we want to have our meetings. Because what they were doing is, Mr. Scazzeri called me, I asked him if code enforcement just happened to show up at his house the next day.
Close your mic
And the
when you
chief of
talk.
police at the time sent somebody to his house, and I'm sure that code enforcement will testify under oath or do an affidavit to that effect. To me, that's a setup. I've seen it done before. It's discussion. It's disgusting. It's not tolerated. And when you have your lawyer that just came aboard, we're going to discuss that later on. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close. I just want the community to see exactly what transpires when you think you take the power from duly elected officials. And then in closing, I should say a prayer for this community, but we've already had one. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Mr. Gilliams, you've covered a lot of stuff, and I've got an opportunity now to respond. And the first thing I'm going to respond to, as the judge asked us to do, and I want to read a couple of things from the judge's order just to make sure that there's absolutely no confusion about the judge's order. This is the order that was filed on 5/12, based on a hearing on 5/8. Item number 1, because it was challenged by Councilmember Gilliams just a few minutes ago many times. This is directly from the judge's order. Are you going back to your seat?
Just want to get my water, is that okay?
All right. I'll wait till you get back to your seat.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, item number 1 on the judge's order. Code of the City of Sebastian is plain and unambiguous, and it is unaltered by the current affairs. It does allow the mayor to declare a state of emergency in times of public emergency. Therefore, the mayor's act in this regard does follow the law, contrary to what Mr. Gilliams has been saying for the last 50 minutes in his comments. Second thing, item number 2. The City Council has the right to terminate that emergency order. We knew that. I knew that when I issued it. Important item number 3. The city manager is responsible for, and this is in quotes, emergency management function. So the city manager is responsible for the emergency management function under that order. It's important that those two things come out. This comes from an order that was filed in Judge Kroon's court on 4/28. Item number 1, it's ordered and adjudicated that the actions of defendants taken on the subject April 22nd, 2020 meeting are void ab interno, which means illegal, I believe, or some form of that. And I don't do the Latin very well, so I probably didn't say that right. The status quo will be preserved pending mediation. It was an illegal meeting, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later too. Now, as far as first thing, and I'm going to get to all this other garbage that I just heard. First thing I want to talk about is whether Councilmember Gilliams actually asked for a special meeting. Now, I want to understand and impress upon everybody that we have multiple documents that control the way the City Council operates, and we have a resolution, which is, right now, it's Resolution 20.02, and that establishes procedures for the City Council. Section 4 of that resolution indicates that the city manager is directed to set agendas at all council meetings. And it doesn't differentiate between special council meetings and regular council meetings. The city manager is directed to set an agenda for all council meetings. Therefore, when Mr. Gilliams on 4/19 said that the city manager, if you cancel the meeting on 4/22, I'll have to call a special meeting, that was more a threat than a request. On 4/20, when the city manager said, I'm requesting a special meeting, and he did not include any subject matter, that did not meet the requirement in Resolution 20.02 to allow the city manager to establish an agenda for that meeting. When he said the same thing, I believe was on 4/21, any attempt to cancel the meeting, special request meeting within 24 hours. Once again, no requested items, so no agenda could be adopted. And I can go all the way down to 4/23 at 12:45:03. And Mr. Gilliams wrote to the city manager, I want to request a special meeting for 4/24 agenda to be replaced city manager and city attorney. That time, he provided a legal request for a special meeting, and I agree to that. That was a legal request. He provided the request, he provided the items he wanted on the agenda. Now, he also then, on 4/23 at 1:11, sent an email to Jeanette Williams, our city clerk, requesting that she add to that meeting the modification of the emergency declaration. I don't know why he didn't send that to the city manager, because the city manager has a responsibility for building the agendas for all of our meetings, but he sent that to Jeanette. Paul Carlisle on 4/24 at 1:55 said a meeting that he was canceling the 4/24 meeting for the governor's emergency declaration and the city emergency declaration. That does not constitute a violation of the charter, because under the emergency declaration that he was in effect at that time, item number G was in effect. We just did away with that last Thursday. Item number G gave him the right to cancel all meetings. Therefore, he had the right, if he felt that it was within the welfare of the citizens of the city, to cancel that meeting. So there is no violation of the charter in that. Now, I don't have an issue with finding that Councilmember Gilliams asked for a meeting on 4/23, and I don't have an issue with the fact that the city manager canceled on 4/24. Both of those items are within the charter, and they're within their rights in the charter to do that. So basically, my feeling is that if we take a look at this, Whether Councilmember Gilliams requested a meeting, he did. Whether the city manager canceled that meeting and violated a charter, I believe he did cancel it, and I believe his cancellation was within his rights within the charter. He couldn't do it today because we removed item G for the emergency declaration. But he certainly could have done it back then. So I don't see that as being a charter issue. That's just my personal opinion. That's not something that goes with this. Now, and the only reason I'm being very quick with this, I meant to spend some time kind of covering some of this stuff, but I'm just going to respond to some of the stuff that I just heard through that 1 hour worth of stuff, okay? First of all, there is absolutely no collusion here. On March the 18th, I was attempting to establish a method of operation for the council that would allow us to have a quasi-judicial hearing for that variance on the very next meeting in which we met. And I proposed that. And when it was turned down by council, and I want to actually tell you, I don't believe that everybody who voted no realized what they were voting for. But when it was turned down by council, I was in a box. Not a box that legally I wanted to be in. I'm charged by the charter, it's very specific, that I have to run these meetings. Now, I had a choice, because we've already been told that if that variance was granted, it was going to be challenged by people. And my choice was to hold an illegal hearing that we knew was going to be challenged, or to close the meeting. The reason I looked at the city attorney when I said that is that I had a conversation with him that day about what do I do if they turn this down, and he said, why would they turn it down? They won't do that. It makes sense to make that change. And I said, you don't know Damian Gilliams. So when they turned that down, they placed me in a box, either have an illegal hearing or close the meeting. Now, I will admit to anybody that wants to admit that closing that meeting was not actually proper procedure. However, under the regulations, I'm exempted. If I do something that's not proper procedure, it's considered not to be a bad thing. They can't put me in jail for it, and they can't charge me for it, any criminal law. And I admit that I probably, if I had had an opportunity to try to work my way through that, I might have done something a little bit different. But I was so stunned that 3 council members would be unwilling to postpone a quasi-judicial hearing that we could not legally have, that I canceled the meeting. I don't apologize for that to them. I do apologize for that to the public, and I apologize to the applicant. The reason that we got a letter from his attorney is he talked to Mr. Gilliams and was probably told to write that letter. And I'm talking about you like you talked about me. Okay, he talked a lot about the oath of office. Let us remember something here tonight. Let us remember this clearly tonight. All of this started at approximately 6 p.m. on the 22nd day of April, when 3 council members purported a coup to set up a junta government to try to take over this city. Their meeting was a violation of our charter. That meeting was a violation of the Sunshine Law and a violation of the Open Meetings Law. Period. That's what started this. Let's talk about oath of office and who is violating the oath of office in this regard. We received roughly 1,500 emails asking us to cancel the meeting on the 22nd. Roughly 1,500. They closed our email server down. Now, I'm just guessing at 1,500. I think if I got the true number, it's probably going to be a lot more than that.
I object.
There's no objection on any part. The city manager was responding not just to a request from myself and Councilmember Hill and a perceived request from Councilmember Malty. He was responding to all those emails when he canceled that meeting. There was no improper action taken to cancel that meeting. There was an improper action taken at 6 o'clock that evening when an illegal meeting was held. Period. The extension of the future land use map. since that was brought up as such a dire, drastic thing that this council has done to circumvent the power of the world, is a good thing for people who aren't in favor of that annexation or that process. The annexation is done. Contract signed. Unless the court orders us to rehear it, it's done. If court orders us to rehear it, then it might not be done. What's not done is a future land use map for that property. What opportunity we have in the negotiation of the future land use map provides the people who are upset about the way that that property was first done an opportunity to have input to that. I believe we had a gentleman come up the other day, and I know I gave him, I'm sorry, I gave you a hard time, Mr. Cox, and was basically saying there's a lot of people who want to talk about that. I wasn't involved in extending that future land use map. The city manager took an administrative action to extend it, and they extended it for a year. They extended it for a year so we could get through the 164 process with the county and be able to talk about it, so we can get through a communication process with the citizens of the city before we finalize it. That's not a bad thing. Nobody in the administration of this city and nobody up here in this council, except for Councilmember Gilliams and maybe some of his other people, feel like that it was a dire bad thing. It was a good thing for people who are opposed to what was originally talked about on an annexation. You're looking a gift horse in the mouth and you're kicking its teeth out. That's what I've heard for the last hour. Now, council, we've all talked about this. One of the things that the judge said was, quite frankly, that the council can come to some decision. I believe I read this today, that if I read the details, would constitute a violation. I'm not 100% sure that we should have a vote or can, but I'm interested in anybody who wants to make a motion or wants to have a conversation.
Mr. Mayor, the city council shall determine the facts necessary as to whether there was a proper special meeting requested by Mr. Gilliams, yes, and whether it was improperly denied, yes, as a proper request for a special meeting, and an improper denial would constitute a violation of Article 2, Section 212 of the Charter. That's my motion.
You make that motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
She would. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Gilliams that there was a violation of the charter, and we have a second. Any comments by council?
I have a lot of comments, actually.
Go.
I'm wondering, I heard that, I keep hearing, and I know the judge ordered that meeting illegal, and it was agreed upon by all parties that that meeting was illegal. Is that correct, Mr.
Yes, that's
you
correct.
were a part of that. Yet I keep hearing about the meeting and how it was done properly. So I'm just curious if someone up here thinks that meeting was legal.
Anyone want to respond to that?
The motion says it was a proper special meeting request.
No, he's not asking about that. What meeting are you talking about?
Well, the one on the 22nd. I'm just curious
One
if
on the
anyone
22nd.
feels that that was a
But
legally held meeting.
The meeting has been put on hold because you guys never wanted to mediate in the public so everybody can see the mediation. That's why.
So I'm
It's
curious.
Nothing's been done with that meeting. It's held in abeyance until we work our way through this.
Again, I'm curious, does somebody feel that that meeting was legally held? I guess not.
Yeah, I felt it was legally held.
You think it was legally held?
It was advertised, yeah. Mhm. There was people from the
It was
public.
illegally
It was recorded. There was a majority here. It was a quorum.
So you're saying, you're taking the stance right now that that meeting was legal and
I
binding?
felt that it was legal. I wouldn't have done it. As a matter of
So
fact,
if the
as a matter of
decisions-
fact, Mr. Hill, I had my attorney on the phone when I did it.
If the decisions that were made at that, if it were illegal, then the decisions that were made at that meeting, were they binding?
Well, the judge asked for us to hold it in abeyance until we mediate, but obviously, you guys didn't want to mediate it, so it's been put on hold.
That is not my understanding.
Well, that's my understanding.
My understanding is that all parties agreed, Mr. Dodd, if you could read what that they agreed to.
I'm trying to find it again. I'm sorry.
It was subject to mediation. We never had mediation because you guys didn't want to do it in the public.
Okay,
You wanted to do it behind
so
closed doors.
your stance right now, sir, is that that meeting was legally held?
No, but that meeting is held in abeyance.
Okay, so, just a minute ago, you said it was legal.
You asked for my personal opinion.
I can read that now.
Please
if you
read
like.
that, sir.
Okay, this is a document that was filed on 4/28/2020 at 4:01:01 p.m. for the 19th Circuit. And this is ordered and adjudicated. Number one, the actions of the defendants, which is Gilliam, Paris, and Malty, taken at the subject April 22nd, 2020 meeting are void. The status quo will be preserved.
Preserved.
Status
Yeah,
quo.
status
The
quo. Preserved.
the meeting was void, and I don't know, I'd have to look up on my phone what INITIO means. I believe I looked it up once, and it means illegal.
Yeah, I know it does.
Yeah.
It does.
If I can, it's ab initio.
Ab initio. I'm sorry, thank you, sir. You're tired of me botching that, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to watch the meeting if we could, just for the public's input, if that's okay. Could we watch that meeting?
The meeting on the 22nd?
Yes.
So we have it queued?
Could you please cue that up and play the meeting for us? Thank you.
Pledge of allegiance? Pledge of allegiance. So we're going to have a second go-around, Mr. Mayor?
We're not having to go around.
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, roll call. Roll call, please. Councilman Gilliam. Here. Councilman Paris.
Here.
Councilman Moore, present. Okay. We have a quorum? We have a quorum. Okay, proceed with your first motion. All charter officers are not here. Let the record reflect that all charter officers are not here. That is who? Motion for unanimous consent to emergency items, that insurrection and disobedience in the city council, that a special meeting is to be called to remove all city charter officers for cause that willfully and recklessly disobey city charter and ordinance. Second, motion to have a special meeting to enact specific ordinances during the emergency. Set an agenda, emergency declaration, suspend, modify municipal code, and emergency declarations of the citizens of Sebastian are adequately protected.
Let's go on the first motion.
First motion,
Repeat so we can have a vote.
first vote, motion for a unanimous consent for an emergency item, that insurrection and disobedience at the city, so that a special meeting is to be called to remove all city charter officers for cause that willfully and recklessly disrespect city charter and ordinance. Roll call.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Okay, discussion? No discussion? Vote.
No discussion.
Okay, I'm for it.
Yes.
Yes?
Aye.
Okay,
Three ayes.
it's unanimous. Second motion.
To have a special meeting to enact specific ordinance during the emergency. Set emergency agenda, emergency declaration, suspend and modify the municipal code, and emergency declaration so the city of Sebastian are adequately protected. Amended to remove city manager. Do I have a motion to accept?
There's a motion.
I second.
Seconded?
Okay, and repeat the motion in second one more time.
Second. Motion to have a special meeting to enact specific ordinances during the emergency. Set an emergency agenda, emergency declaration, suspend and modify the municipal code, and an emergency declaration so that the citizens of Sebastian are adequately protected.
I'm in favor of it.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay.
Unanimous?
Okay, it's unanimous. What's the agenda?
Say again?
The agenda, the declaration of emergency, we want to modify that?
We're going to modify it to remove the city manager.
No, we want to, remove the city manager from being able to go and cancel meetings.
That's correct.
Okay, so is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, so let the record reflect that the motion on the floor is to modify the emergency declaration to remove the city manager so he does not, and he's not allowed to cancel any of our regular council meetings or any meetings at all. So he's to be removed from the declaration.
Correct.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Is there any further
further business? Hold on 1 second. Was there anything else on in the code that you wanted to suspend? No. Or modify? Just what we have there, Damien? Yeah. Okay, let the record reflect that we are not touching the charter for the city of Sebastian, the Constitution, and that we look forward to calling an emergency meeting within 24 hours. Can I get a motion on that? That we can, within 24 hours? Is there a motion? Motion is there. Okay, motion to call emergency meeting within 24 hours. And is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, and that meeting will be, today's Wednesday, will be Friday or Thursday? Friday. Friday? Okay, we'll make it for Friday, which is
6 p.m.
6 p.m. Friday, and that's the 24th, April 24th, at 6 o'clock. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
There's the Friday meeting.
Okay, anything under your, Charles, you have anything under your matters? I have nothing under my matters at this time. Okay, Ann?
No, my matters.
Also, I want to get it on the record, I want to get a consent that the utility compound at the airport is to be put on hold, and no contracts are to be signed until we have a workshop in the future. Can I get a second? Do you have a second on that?
Yes, I.
Second, okay. All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
All councilors voted aye. Aye, okay, let the record show, so that'll put the $85 million complex that they're trying to build out there on hold until we have a chance to review it at a workshop. Trying to think if there was anything else, Pam, you want to put your agenda? So you want to go through the agenda that we have? Just to make sure, you have everybody here? There's no other I want to apologize to Joe Scazzeri and his attorney. They had an emergency variance board meeting today, so we'll have to postpone that. There's also a resolution that for technology. I would like to make a motion that that resolution is on the record so we can use it for the future, and that is Resolution R20-06 related to emergency management for the COVID-19 for public meetings. Is there a second?
There's a second.
All in favor?
In favor. Executive order.
Okay. I want to apologize to the chief of police for her proclamation and to Sal Negative for missing his proclamation tonight. We'll get that in the future. As far as the financial report for the first quarter, we'll put that off. All other items that are on the agenda. Oh, while we're here, let's talk to the, you want to rescind the mayor? Rescind the mayor. Okay, we have a motion to rescind the mayor. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Any discussion? No discussion. No discussion?
Well said.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the mayor's been removed. The vice mayor steps in, Mr. Mulkey. Who do you want to nominate for mayor? Nominate Damien Gilman as mayor. Okay, is there any other nominations for Luke? Okay, no other nominations? Go ahead and indicate by saying yes to Damien Gilman, mayor. I vote yes to Damien Gilman.
Yes for Damien Gillians, Mayor.
Yes for Damien Gillians. It's 3 votes. We want to retain an outside attorney for the next meeting. Can I get a consensus for that? You have a consensus on that?
Yes.
Yes, let the record reflect that we're going to have a consensus to retain a new lawyer for the next meeting, and that our city attorney will be put on hold and suspended until we can look into this matter. So let the record reflect that. Is there direction on the land use extension that they put through Department of Economic Development without city council approval and PD approval? Is there a direction on that? Do you want to put that on hold and wait for the attorneys?
I would like to put that on hold, but I need to know whether all of the residents that came were properly notified. So that can be put on hold. Okay?
The police.
Okay, with that being said,
With that being said, I believe we can adjourn the meeting.
okay, we'll go ahead and call this meeting adjourned.
Perfect timing.
All right, thank you. And I didn't have any, I was not going to play that tonight because, I don't really think it's overly relevant to the actual order by the judge. But there was so much stated by Damien that it's just insane, some of the things that he said. But I felt it prudent to play based on many of the things he said. Now, real quickly, and I'll be done with this because I actually do want to get through this agenda. I would love to see us get through this agenda.
Me too.
Maybe not, maybe Damien doesn't want to, I don't know, but let's see if we can do that. Damien clearly stated in his presentation that he did not send a legitimate request until April 22nd. He basically said that. He said, I would have made the request as soon as he canceled the meeting. He should have gave me 24 hours to cancel the meeting and canceled it on the 21st, so I could then request it. So he knows he didn't request it until the 23rd. Now, I would suggest that would be a non-request because he's requesting it to people that he believes, and I'm shocked that he believes that was legal, that these folks were fired, all of them. All of our charter officers just fired like that. Nowhere does it state that you need 24 hours to cancel a meeting. Not anywhere in our charter does it say you require 24 hours to cancel a meeting. And a lot of the other stuff doesn't really matter. It doesn't pertain. It's just a lot of blather. So I will leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Dodd, I'm sorry.
So the magistrate deemed this meeting illegal under pending mediation, which was never done.
No.
And if the staff believed that the meeting was void, why were they confused that they had a job the next day?
My question was whether or not the meeting was, they had to get attorneys to determine what the heck went on that night.
Okay.
And so that's my feeling on it. I'm just one
I can
councilman.
clarify
Appreciate
that
your
for you. Let me
feelings.
clarify that for you. On the morning of the 23rd, when the state's attorney's office got involved in it, it became pretty apparent that the city was now on the hook for potentially being liable for the action of 3 council members. And so in order to try to protect the city, and only to protect the city, myself, city manager, and city attorney, filed legal action against the 3 members that were in that meeting in an attempt to basically get the court to say that it was not a properly run city meeting.
That's true.
And right now, we're stuck because now all of the money lawyers in the world that aren't suing people for aren't suing Zantac for killing people or Classifate for poisoning people, are suing the city of Sebastian for the illegal meeting. However, because that we took that action, we may be able, I hope, I don't know, we may be able to mitigate some of our liability on that. But when 3 council members have an illegal meeting like that, it can be assumed, if the city doesn't take some action, that they condone the meeting. So we were forced to take action. I didn't like doing that. I don't think either one of those 2 gentlemen down there liked doing that. We were forced to take action in a process to try to protect this city from potential liability because of what went on that night. It's that simple. And the judge's ruling that I just read, that ruling was issued on the 28th, not the 22nd or 23rd or 24th, but on the 28th. And the whole thing about mediation was that she said that the status quo would be preserved pending mediation, which means the meeting was illegal, but she ordered that the charter officers are still employed pending mediation, all right? And the reason we didn't have mediation was because there was sunshine law issues that were posed to us by individuals that if we had a mediation outside the sunshine, that we were going to be in trouble. And the mediator himself indicated that he could not do a valid mediation if he had to open it up to 400 people who wanted to have input to the mediation, that he couldn't do a valid mediation. So he went back to the judge, the mediator did, and asked for relief on that, and that's when the judge decided to relieve us from the mediation issue. You have to look at all this, all part and parcel, and I go back to what I said a minute ago. I don't disagree that Councilmember Gilliams asked for a special meeting. It's in the books. You said it. I've got the email where you said it. I also totally disagree that there was a violation of sunshine law because at the time the city manager was operating under an order that was legal, that has been stated as being legal by the courts, and his role as the emergency manager that was stated by the courts. And he canceled that meeting on the 24th that was originally scheduled, or I think the 24th today, but he's canceled that meeting that was, that emergency meeting that was requested by Councilmember Gilliams for the good of the, for the safety and welfare of the citizens.
If I can, Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Yes.
I think you stated violation of sunshine law. I think it meant violation of the charter.
Violation of charter, I'm sorry, violation of charter. Okay, so, I mean, I'll be happy to answer any questions anybody wants. You know, I don't want to get crosswise with all these lawsuits that are coming at us, and the fact that our insurance company is now taking over litigation on all this stuff, and we have to deal with it. But it all started with that meeting. It all started with that illegal meeting, and there's absolutely no way to confuse that. And I'm unless somebody's got something to say, we have a motion before us that Councilmember Gillian made that he said there was a breach of the charter. And if anyone has anything else to say, that's fine. If not, let's just do a vote.
I got a public input.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's have public input. Now, okay, I want to admonish the public when they come forward. No personal attacks, nothing like that. And I'm going to ask you to talk about the special meeting process, okay? Not to get into a whole lot of other stuff. I know you want to, but I'm going to ask that you do that if possible. And I know that you may get sidetracked, and I'm going to give a little bit of leeway to everybody when they come up to talk. But let's try to keep focused on where we are, if you can, please. Okay, so
It's got to be on the item.
Okay.
I'll take care of running the meeting, Councilmember Gilliams.
Mr. Dodd, is it possible that we might be able to get like a 5-minute break? It just started raining outside and the public's...
Please, because we can bring some people in here and stuff.
Yeah. If you can give us a 5-minute break.
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break. If you can let some of those people take cover or come in the room or something.
Thank
okay.
you.
All right, we're on break for 5 minutes. Anyone who wishes to address the council via Zoom on this issue, would you please raise your hands at this time, and we'll pick you up as soon as we finish with the people that are inside the building here. Okay, ma'am, you may go.
Good evening. Michelle Morris. My address is confidential by state statute. I would like to address a certain council person who decided to bring my integrity into question at this meeting with regard to the applicant. And I'm really surprised that he didn't do his homework. And in that, by researching to ensure that maybe we received a complaint from a citizen, which is exactly what happened regarding the code enforcement complaint on the applicant, number one. Number two, I don't believe that code enforcement even found a violation. And what code enforcement went out there for was not for what the applicant was applying for a variance on. So before you question people's integrity and saying that the former chief got the code enforcement after that applicant, please do your homework. There is an email out there from a citizen that asked for us to intervene, and there are 3 witnesses. And I ask you to talk to the code enforcement officer who was there. I'm not trying to hide anything. Now, on to why we're here. Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned that we received 1,500, the city received 1,500 or so emails. How many of those emails were asking the city to have the council meeting that night?
0.
Yeah. So the public, 1,500 members of this community who wanted to be here to address issues, asked to cancel that council meeting. The emergency order, how long has that ordinance been in place?
2015, I think.
How many emergency orders have we declared in the last 4 years? Several.
Yeah.
I can tell you from experience. And each of those orders, guess what it says? The city manager may cancel meetings. This is nothing new. This is not something that was brought up just to alienate 3 council members. My other thing is if there were concerns over the city manager having so much power, why were those not expressed on the meeting of March 18th? We just saw it. You gave ample time for people to ask questions of the city manager, and I heard none. Last point. If April 22nd was a special meeting deemed by the 3 other council members, and that Mr. Motti and Ms. Paris were not aware that the council meeting was actually canceled, why was she late? Why was she not here at 6 o'clock like she is at every other council meeting? Why was it apparent that everybody rushed in as soon as she got here and started that meeting? Why was it that you hear the 4 people that were here, Dr. Cox, Mr. Bidet, Mr. Stevens, and Ms. Bolton, why is it you hear Mr. Stevens say, psst, psst, the police are here, and then the meeting ends quickly? Why is it it was mentioned that only 10 people are allowed in the council chambers? So there were 3 council members and 4 people, that's 7. There's usually 1 police officer, that makes 8, and then city staffers. Why is it nobody called city staff and asked why they weren't there? If Mr. Motti and Ms. Paris thought there was a real meeting, why didn't they reach out to the city manager and ask, where are you at? Why do we not have everyone here? Why is there not 30 cars out here? Why are there only 3 people out in the waiting area? And last, why was not everyone allowed to come in? Why were the doors pulled shut to ensure they were locked? Why was somebody banging on the door and not allowed to come in if it was a legitimate meeting? I think that we've established that that was not a legitimate meeting. I think that we've established there is no ill intent here from city staff or the mayor. I think we've established here that this has been going on for hurricanes for many, many years, that the city manager has had the autonomy to run the city. This didn't just happen. This has been protocol that's been established since at least 2015. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Hello. My name is Grace Reed. I am a Sebastian City resident and a Sebastian City voter. Never in my life have I ever spoke before City Council. First, I'd like to say to Mayor Dodd, to Councilman Hill, Mr. Nunn, Mr. Carlisle, and to Ms. Williams, thank you for the last month and a half trying to protect this city. It shows you care. We are here tonight, and I want to try to stay on task for this as to whether or not a special meeting request was proper. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Your presentation was spot on. The last 20 years of my professional career, I was an auditor for a retail grocery chain. 15 of those years, I held the distinction of a certified fraud examiner. Your proclamation is not a fraud. I'm sorry. Mr. Dodd, Mayor Dodd, your presentation was spot on, and your rebuttals were spot on, and I thank you. The only other thing I can say about the presentation was I really want to thank Mr. Gillums from the bottom of my heart for taking 50 minutes of my life I'll never give back and wasting them with a presentation that had nothing to do with the question of hand and was filled with antagonistic, finger-pointing, drama, grandstanding. I feel that Mr. Hill and Mr. Dodd have proved beyond a shadow of my doubt that he did not call a proper meeting. And I am not going to address the illegal meeting that others are commenting on, because it was illegal and it's not important. Not to me. And in closing, part of Mr. Gillum's presentation was, if you do not have the respect of your peers and you do not have the respect of your community, then you should step down. Mayor Dodd, you have great confidence from a lot of your peers, and you have a tremendous amount of support and confidence from this community. I cannot say that for Mr. Gillums, but yet he's still here. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Nunn, Sebastian, Florida. A couple questions I would ask is, Ms. Paris made it very clear the day of the meeting that she had no intent of being here. So I would like to know, yeah, I have it in an email, I'd like to know how she would know to be here for an illegal meeting. And it's kind of funny because at 4:22, she posted on Facebook, cancel me. I'm assuming one of two things. One, that was either like, kiss my butt if you think you can cancel our meeting, we're gonna have it anyway. Or, cancel me, darn, they canceled the meeting today. One of the two, obviously. Mr. Mahdi, we know you're a good man. And we know you've been dragged into something you really didn't want to be in. You wanted to represent your people. We know that this illegal meeting was something you were convinced you needed to do. And we know you'll do the right thing moving forward. That's what we hope for. We want to thank you for your hard work up here. I know, even for you two, especially, I know this is hard work. It's tough to get up here and deal with this type of situation all the time. So things like the illegal meeting just totally perplex us when you run on such a platform of openness and transparency. You know, Ms. Paris may not know. I'm not going to assume for her. But you've been at these council meetings for roughly, what, 15 years, screaming and yelling at people? You know you can't just have a meeting because you want to, because you feel you have some right. You know that. You know that you cannot do that. That's against the law. You know that. You know that it was an illegal meeting. And by the way, during the hearing, forgetting what the judge what she judged upon, your lawyer admitted that it was an illegal meeting, word for word, during that court case when they were discussing it. He said, yes, we all agree it was an illegal meeting. Yes, he said those words exactly. So you might want to go back and look. Your lawyer already admitted it was illegal. So you playing it wasn't illegal, it was, oh, I have the right. No, you didn't have the right. It doesn't matter how angry or how wrong you think you've been done, that doesn't mean you can just go do what you want and have your own thing. I'm sorry, that's not the way this works. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Mr. Motti, we look forward to seeing good things from you.
Dan Johnson, 747 Albatross Terrace. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to bring up something that's in our Sebastian Charter that I'd like to read out loud for, it's probably the easy read, uneducated version. So I'd like to read this real quick. Any charter, this is section 3.03, removal of charter officers. Any charter officer may be removed from office for cause or without cause, which legally is still cause, or without cause is still with cause, pursuant to the terms of an employment agreement by the majority vote of the entire city council, not quorum, not the majority, the entire city council. Just one more thing I'd like to bring up. In the event that one or more council member believes that cause exists for the removal of a charter officer, such council members shall present written charges to the entire city council at a regularly scheduled meeting. So since this is a special meeting, I'm asking Mr. Williams to remove his agenda, and I'm asking him to resign because he is not following the charter. Thank you.
Andrea Coy, City of Sebastian, with her uniform that I'll bring to every meeting until such time as I get an apology for the slander and the libel that I disgraced my uniform and have a connection with sugar sand. And that might be the next lawsuit that someone up here sees. I don't think we need any more of that. So an apology from a certain council member who gets on bullhorns and writes emails accusing former council members of illegal acts better get his act together. The other thing I'd like to say before I start is that it's really, really, really considered poor taste for anyone up here who may have chosen on Armed Forces Day to publish a picture of Hitler and a quote on their Facebook page. Bad, bad taste. That's enough said about that. Really, really, really hypocritical too for someone sitting up there to say, stick to the agenda. Stick to the agenda item. I know what the agenda item is. I is the one we're on. And I listened for over 1 hour. 1 hour on non-agenda item stuff. Everything but I was discussed. And now we've opened this other can of worms. So I thank you for your leniency, Mr. Mayor, because we certainly have talked about a lot of different things under I. So let's go to the facts that we're supposed to be finding and discussing here. The fact, on March 1st, 2020, Governor DeSantis issued Executive Order 2051, directing the Florida Department of Health to issue a public health emergency. Fact, on March 1st, 2020, the State Surgeon General and State Health Officer declared a public health emergency exists in the state of Florida. Fact, on March 9th, 2020, Florida Governor DeSantis issued Executive Order 2052, declaring a state of emergency for COVID-19 throughout the state of Florida. Fact, March 17th, Indian River County declared a local state of emergency exists in all of Indian River County. Fact, March 17th, City of Sebastian declared a local state of emergency exists in all of the City of Sebastian, which was declared in a declaration, and let's not confuse declaration, proclamation, ordinance, and resolution. It's a declaration of a state of emergency, period, and the mayor has a right to do that. We have ordinances that says the mayor can do that, and Judge Kroom has said the mayor was within his authority to do that. The authority was delegated down to also include the city manager. And I'm going to echo some of the things that former Chief Morris said. This is not our first rodeo with a declaration of emergency, folks. They happen all the time. It just happens to be a couple of you all's first rodeo. We have hurricanes, and declarations of emergencies come up for hurricanes. Special ordinances are written like you can't be out after 9 o'clock at night. Remember Francis and Jean, folks? That was an emergency. This is an emergency. It still is an emergency. And we've got people up there treating it like it's everyday business. We have been risking our lives and wasting time last Thursday, today, probably tomorrow, and any other special meeting that a certain council member wants to declare, to come here and risk our lives to talk about nothing. Absolutely nothing on this agenda that we've been talking about for 2 days now was an emergency. Special meetings, Mr. Gilliams. I'm sorry, I called one for you one time because it was time sensitive. Councilmember Hill will remember that. I think he was on council at the time. I called a meeting, a special meeting, for Mr. Gilliam's item. It was special because it was time sensitive. There was an urgency to it. It was the only thing on the agenda. The only thing.
You gonna let this win? You said we're gonna talk about this item. There's a motion on the floor. This is not open public hearings. Not open public.
It's about special meetings, and that's what I is about. Special meetings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I called a special meeting. We held a special meeting. It took less than one evening to do it. It took an hour or so. Mr. Gilliams had his due time. He did not get what he wanted, but he was granted the special meeting. One item, that's special. You keep calling special, special, special meeting, I'm sorry, they become not special. There's nothing on this agenda that couldn't have waited till an ordinary meeting. Mr. Mayor, I'm probably going to be close to running over my time, and my blood pressure is going up. I'm going to sit down now.
Thank you. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, would you want to extend the time?
We don't have to do that until 9:30.
All right.
Yeah, we got another 30 minutes before we have to do that. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, though.
Hey, good evening. My name is Woody Attali. I'm a Sebastian resident, voter, and taxpayer. I kind of regret watching all these videos that we watched before I came to this meeting. I feel like we know them pretty well by now. I just did want to talk about the meeting on April 22nd. I really don't know all 5 of you, but what happened on April 22nd tells me all I need to know about the character of some of the people on this city council. At what point, I wonder, did they think something was maybe off? Maybe something was wrong. Nobody was here. If those 3 city council members, it's really bad optics when the public is talking and you're not looking at them. If those 3 city council members actually think what they did on April 22nd is all good, is all okay, they're either grossly incompetent of their office or their motives are malicious, or a combination of both of them. One thing I did notice about that meeting was just how effective it was. For the past couple months, I've heard nothing but interruptions, and some people don't understand how city council meetings work. I'll admit I don't, but I'm not on the dais. That's how it's pronounced. But that meeting on April 22nd was very effective, and a lot of things got done. Please don't confuse that with a compliment. It was disgusting and sickening. For once, it looked like 3 of these members had actually done their homework. Again, I don't know you, but what happened on April 22nd, again, tells me all I need to know. You actually used a global pandemic and a public health crisis and to violate the public trust. And I say that, the public trust, we trusted that that meeting was canceled. I was under that impression. We're all under that impression. I still have not heard a public apology. I think Mr. Mowdy, I'm not sure if you actually apologized. I was out in the peanut gallery. It's a little hard to hear. But I haven't heard an apology for that meeting. But as an apology, I will accept your resignation effective immediately. City council is not for everybody. And I think maybe you can do something for this community better by not being on it. I'm tired. I want to go home.
Thank you.
Good evening. I want to thank you, Mayor Dodd and Mr. Hill and Mr. Carlisle and Mr. Anonymous Williams for the job that you're doing. And I also want to thank Mr. Motti for his apology early on.
Ma'am, could you give your name, please?
I'm sorry, Sharon Herman, Sebastian. Thank Mr. Motti for his apology this morning, or earlier today. That was really good. I just had a few things because all these emails that Mr. Gilliam was reading and Mr. Hill was reading, I kept hearing, if you cancel that meeting, I'm going to have to call a meeting. If you cancel that meeting, you're going to make me call a special meeting. We might have to call a special meeting if that meeting doesn't happen. I didn't hear anything until that 23rd that said, I want a special meeting. It was always going to. It was kind of like I kept hearing with Dorian, get prepared to be prepared. Same kind of a thing. I'm not sure exactly what the whole review of the March 18th meeting had to do with the legality of this meeting of the 22nd, other than maybe to, I'm not even sure. And then the other thing is Mr. Gilliam, you kept referring to Mr. Dodd didn't want the meeting. Mr. Dodd wanted to cancel the meeting. Mayor Dodd didn't want any of that to happen. He was directing Mr. Carlisle, cancel the meeting. I never heard you once mention the 1,500 plus emails that the community sent in saying that they wanted the meeting canceled because they wanted to be able to safely participate. Mayor Dodd mentioned it, but I never heard you once say it. You made it seem like it was a unilateral effort between the two of them. And I didn't appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. John Cristino, Southeast Sebastian. Try to make this quick. I would have hoped for a better outcome here on our city council. 6 months ago, the residents of Sebastian flocked to the polls with a vision of a more inclusive city council, one that listened to our people and acted accordingly in their best interests. Unfortunately, and to the disappointment and dismay of our voters, these hopes have not come to pass. Instead of a more productive scenario, our residents have been subject to a spectacle of petty bickering, lies, and damaging behavior. One council member, the leader of a local property association, has decided to retain his position there instead of stepping down to avoid the impression of a conflict of interest. This, not only improper on its face, was compounded by the attempted use of the membership to dominate our city council meetings, with speakers who were coached into doing his bidding. This, on its best day, was unethical. The antagonism and attacks began early on, fueled by a vendetta of revenge, devoid of reason, and certainly not in the interests of the citizens he was elected to represent. This behavior has continued to this day, necessitating a concerted response from the people to thwart these efforts. It is truly unfortunate that this individual spent nearly 10 years to have the opportunity to serve on this council, only to see those efforts squandered by his own actions. One needs to realize the importance of not only representing the people, but also acting in the best interest of the city. He has failed to make that transition, severely crippling the ability to serve effectively. The actions taken by the 3 council members on the evening of April 22nd can only be described as the most irresponsible event I have ever witnessed in my life. It will also be shown soon that it was illegal, putting our city once again at risk financially. And yet you claim to represent us. I think not. The attacks on our well-liked and respected Mayor Dodd, as well as your attempted termination of our dedicated, patient, and highly competent charter officers, are at best reprehensible. The actions of these council members have taken lack integrity and have cast a dark cloud over our city. And I respectfully request that Councilman Gilliams and Councilwoman Paris immediately tender the resignations, as it has become painfully apparent that you are not fit to lead us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Judy Bartlett from Sebastian, and I just want to present the facts the way I see them. It's already been established that Mayor Dodd had the right to issue a local state of emergency. The state of emergency stated no meetings until the emergency had been lifted. Therefore, it should not matter how, when, or where the request for an April 22nd special meeting was requested. When you are under a state of emergency, you follow that order. No meetings. So how can there be an improper denial? Additionally, the subject matter is always changing in every email that was sent from Mr. Gilliams about, he's called it a meeting, an April 22nd meeting, a special meeting, an emergency meeting. What is it that he really wanted to accomplish? And once again, the taxpayers are paying for all these meetings that we're having, because you've got to have your staff here. It's the taxpayers that you're hurting. So please resign. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Hasmanis. I live at 845 George Street. I think tonight I got a lot of information. A lot of it was thrown in there to muddy the water. I had two concerns. One, when the mayor declared a state of emergency, city manager became an active mayor over day-to-day runnings. So you didn't become, I'm assuming, didn't become a council member. You're still the city manager. So I'm not understanding how there could be a misinterpretation of your job description. And the other is, I'm not understanding what the criteria is to request an emergency meeting. Because I feel like by requesting emergency meetings again and again and again, I feel like it's trying to pound the people of Sebastian down into submission, which is not going to happen. So I guess I'm looking for clarification on what actually is an emergency when there is a request for an emergency meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Leslie Wayman. I live on Del Monte Road, resident of Sebastian over 19 years, and business owner in the city. At issue is on III, determining whether there was a proper special meeting request. If there was still a meeting scheduled, how can you request a special meeting at the same time? It makes no sense to me. The city manager was clearly in his rights to cancel the meeting. I was one of those residents sending him emails. I asked one email to cancel the meeting, and then I sent 3 others with my positions on items on the agenda, because nothing on that agenda should have been taking place during a pandemic when it was a risk to the lives of the people. And how can you permit only one person in here at a time, and where are you going to put the rest of us? I do not have faith in computers, and Zoom particularly. There have been too many problems with it. I broke my first computer in 1975 when it was an entire building, and I can still break them pretty easily. So the issue is, was there a proper request? I would say no. And the other thing I have to say is a lot of the evidence and documentation from Mr. Gilliams He appears to be quite a psychic. I am a practicing psychic. If I had his abilities, I could make 4 times what I'm making now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, my name's Andrea Ring. I do live here in Sebastian. I showed up for that meeting. I was here. I talked to Mayor Dodd. We had a nice conversation. He was in his car. But there was at least a half a dozen, 2 dozen of us here, I must say. I was talking to them in the parking lot. So hopefully this is a lesson learned, because I do not Twitter, I do not Facebook. I went out on our website to see if the meeting had been canceled, and no, there was no message out there saying that the meeting had been canceled. That's why I showed up, and there were at least 5 of us that talked to Mayor Dodd. We were council, well, we weren't other councils, and we were here to talk to you and support you, and, but no, so I don't know how you can say that the meeting had been properly canceled. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
Can you give me 1 minute so you... Apologize for the precautions. I'm still out in the public a lot, considered an essential worker. I've been in over 1,000 homes in the last 2 months, dealing with a lot. So for me, the mask is more for your protection. I don't think it's going to help. My respirator helps me. I'd like to start now. I don't know if everybody here knows me. Mr. Malty, you may not. I am the chairperson for the Natural Resource Board. I've been serving this city for almost 3 years now, and I'm very grateful and very proud of that. To go toward your meeting, this is all about a Board of Adjustment meeting that was adjourned for some permit. A Board of Adjustment meeting is not exactly a city council meeting. You adjourn the city council meeting, then you do the Board of Adjustment meeting, then you come back to the city council meeting. I do the same thing in my meetings. I'm the chairperson, I sit where Mayor Dodd sits. Sometimes things don't run very perfectly because, again, we have a saying in some of the things that we do, some of the things that I'm organized with. When you're brand new at something, you're known as a neophyte. It means you're newly enrolled. It means you should probably spend a little time learning what you're going to do. Then you become a student of something because you're unhappy with how things are running. We have a saying that when the student's ready, the master will appear. And when the master's ready, everything's laid out for that person. So as you neophytes are starting to learn your way around, please take a little time to learn your jobs. Last time I was here, I'll give you a little backup of what the Natural Resource Board does. Natural Resource Board, according to the county's overall plan for everything, the comprehensive plan that we are currently working on day and night, our board is worth $111 million to the north end of this county. That's how I consider what I'm representing. When I sit in that seat, one of the things I learned from Mayor Dodd is that I'm not representing myself, I'm representing the whole city. You do too, Mr. Councilman Gilliams, Councilperson Paris, Councilperson Malty. You're not representing yourself anymore. You need to take those things, throw it out the door, get on board with the county. I sent everybody here an email on the 19th, except for Mayor Dodd. I'd like to read that email to you right now. And the reason why I didn't send it to Mayor Dodd is because Mayor Dodd is basically the boss right now. I'm not even gonna look for it and bring out breath. So I follow what the boss says. The boss says, hey, let's try this. All right, let's try that, let's do it. Okay, all you guys can bring what you got to the board, do what you gotta do, but we have a boss, basically. He's the mayor. You don't have to do what he says, and nothing's forcing you to do it. But there's a term that's used for when you are, say, being less than what you could possibly be. And I'm gonna use this because I'm on the Natural Resource Board. We deal a lot with nature. The term is called shitbird. A shitbird, anybody in the service knows what shitbird is. Ms. Coy, you probably know what this term means. A shitbird is a completely useless creature that does nothing but cause nuisance and aggravation. When I say I'm being abused, Mr. Gilliams, Mrs. Paris, Mr. Malty starting to come around, I say that because I feel like I'm being abused by a shitbird up here. And I'm tired of it. You bring me down here. I've got 5 kids. I don't need to be here at 9:30 at night dealing with stuff that has absolutely nothing to do with us making money out here, protecting our lives, doing what we have to do because of a Board of Adjustment meeting was not done properly. Now, you say that you had no intention on coming down here on the 22nd. Please, I'm speaking to you directly. I don't care. You said you weren't going to be here on the 22nd, but I got an email from you saying, watch what I do at this meeting. Mrs. Paris, we expect so much more out of a woman that represents women's history of 100 years.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
I've got him marked down. His
I
time
have
is
it
up.
marked down too.
Right
I'm
now,
asking for a
sir,
point
your
of
time is
order.
up.
We
Sir?
ask you to please be independent.
Charles, your time is up.
Yes, sir.
I'm clocking him.
Stop abusing me.
I'm clocking him. Okay, let's go to Zoom then. I'm assuming no one outside? No? Okay, let's go to Zoom then, please.
Mr. Jeff Pratt, you're unmuted.
Okay, have him come in, I'll get him when they... Okay, Barb, I'm going to let this gentleman talk, and if he happens to come back to you, you can
Thank you.
let him in.
My name is Terry McGinn. I was here the other night. My wife said I wasn't supposed to come in here, and I should keep this on. I'm going to make 5 quick points, and I got to be last. So the first point is, the meeting was illegal. It's clear to a 10-year-old. The second point is, the city's going to get sued right at a time when we need the money the most, and we're going to have a tough financial year. The third point is, if several people resign, some of those lawsuits might go away and we can get back to doing business. And my last point is, I want to thank Mr. Mowdy for what he's about to do, which is to work closely with the city council and resolve all the issues that bother him. And I think I understand him pretty well. I've been in his position a couple times, and I look forward to having a new majority of 3-2. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Did you get someone, Barbara?
Mr. Farron, you're unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All righty. Well, good evening, everybody. This is my second night watching this, because unfortunately it didn't get done the first night. And I'd like to start with thanking Mr. Hill for his presentation, which was factually based, timely organized, and spot on. My page remained empty of notes during his presentation. I'd also like to thank Mayor Dodd, and I'd like to point out to the public for anybody that's ever thinking about running for mayor or running for council, if you've seen or heard Mayor Dodd run a meeting and organize his thoughts, especially after the second presentation, you could understand why he's the mayor and the rest of the council members are council members. Kudos to Mayor Dodd. I don't know how you possibly organized your thought in the brief period that you did, because I just don't know where to start with the 5 pages that I have. This was supposed to be a meeting of facts, relevant, and I listened to 55 minutes of facts that were irrelevant, and I have probably an hour and a half of notes regarding the 55 minutes of facts. So I'll run through them really quick, and I hope I get to them all, maybe not. At first, one of the very first thing I wrote down was that there was constant reference to other state and federal meetings and meetings in Fellsmere and meetings in Vero Beach. And first of all, Sebastian is not state. Sebastian is not federal. Sebastian is not Fellsmere. Sebastian is not Vero Beach. So all of the things that were brought forth regarding them is irrelevant. Sebastian is Sebastian, and we fall under the rules and regulations that have been set forth by the charters of Sebastian, and that needs to be kept in mind. He also mentioned that when he was talking to his attorney actually couldn't give him a clear answer. It's because it's dangerous territory what he's trying to do. There was also reference to a veto. Well, there was nothing to veto. There was no point brought up to veto. He also kept referring to resolutions and proclamations, and there were times when he referred to resolutions and then in a later moment referred to the same resolution as a proclamation. You got to decide which way you're going to run with that, one way or the other. There's a chain of command when it comes to a state of emergency, and when the governor determines a state of emergency and passes it on to the mayor and on to the cities, then that's a state of emergency. You're no longer running under your regular charter. You're running under your state of emergency. And your regular charter laws, probably most of them apply, but there are specific reservations when it comes to emergencies. Let's see. Confidence in your peers. This is my favorite one. You mentioned that your peers need to have confidence in you, and I think that Mayor Dodd and Mr. Hill, Councilman Hill, have probably a substantial amount of faith given to them by their peers, as represented by the people that have shown up to the meetings and the people that have checked in on Zoom and Facebook, etc. I have marked down here, I have the giant 0, and in parentheses I have the word 0. Peers have appeared in defense for or in support of Mr. Damien or Ms. Parrish.
Sir, you got 30 seconds.
Pardon me?
You got 30 seconds left.
All righty. Well, at any rate, I echo a lot of the thoughts that were put out by everybody else. You know, that the judge has placed her order. You guys have pretty much stated that clearly. The intention of the emergency meeting was very clear to the public, and I think that the facts that have been brought forward by Mr. Hill have been the facts, and I think that if there's any other facts counter to that need to be brought forward, they need to be facts and not the
Thank you, sir.
time that's been wasted by us. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Do you have anyone else, Barbara?
Yes, I have several
We're going to need an
others.
extension.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we extend the meeting until 10 o'clock.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, meeting's extended to 10.
Mayor Dodd, if I could, real quick, in the hoping to get through some of this stuff, I'm hoping that maybe we can have a time certain for discussion and we can go ahead and have a vote at a certain time, maybe that be 9:45.
Yeah, I don't, have you got one more person?
I have 7.
The issue is that, I mean, if we have to provide as much input as we can, and obviously we'll want to do that, but we also have to get through this agenda. There's only one other item on here. That item that is on here would require 4 votes to pass an emergency ordinance. I just want to make sure that we can get through this for the public's sake and not force them to be dragged back out here tomorrow to deal with some of these other issues that are on here.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Maybe you could limit the remaining to 2 or 3. I don't know what the best.
Is it, I mean, I will make a kind of announcement to the Zoom audience. We are time sensitive right now, and I don't want to stop anybody from having their opportunity to input, but if you really just want to call in to repeat stuff we've already heard, I might appreciate if you kind of drop your hand down, maybe, because we've got 3 items. There's 3 things left we have to deal with. There's 200 Councilmember Gilliam's matters, and then there's the ordinance issue that we have to deal with.
I've had 2 drop out.
Okay, all right.
More are dropping.
Okay.
So we'll allow Miss KBP to talk.
Hi, my name is Kate Preston. I live in Sebastian. I really just have one question. I'd like to understand from the council members who conducted that meeting on April 22nd, how exactly they're representing the citizens of Sebastian on topics that had nothing to do with an emergency.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Do you have anybody else?
Mr. Ray, Ron Ray. You there?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can.
We may. Yes.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Dodd. My name is Ron Ray. I live on Haverhill Avenue in Sebastian. Mr. Gilliam stated numerous times tonight that under the declaration of emergency, the city manager has become a member of the council and has therefore violated the Sunshine Law. And I was curious if he thinks then that he's a member of the council, if he's allowed to vote tonight on this or any other motions. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, but no, he's not. I wouldn't want to put him in that position. Okay, anyone else?
Joanne White, you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Joanne White, and I've been a resident of Sebastian for many years. And all of this is very overwhelming. And I would ask that Pamela Paris and Damian Gilliam resign as council members of Sebastian City Council. If you want Sebastian to be the great city that it is, you'll step down. The events the last few months have pulled our city apart, and it seems that the residents want to move forward, but you are stopping that from happening. If you want Sebastian to be the best that it can be, then you need to let us move on. I'm hearing that the residents want you to leave, and it would be the best if you could do that. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Barbara?
Mr. Charles Cavier, you're unmuted.
Yes, good evening. It's Cavender, C-A-V-E-N-D-E-R. Good evening, folks. Before I get started, and I'll be brief, I've been blessed with a gift of brevity. I happen to know Mr. Anand going back something like 20 years. You're very fortunate to have him, and hopefully he'll be treated better from here on out. Manny, welcome to Sebastian. As to the circus I've been watching tonight, the only thought, because everybody voiced what I said, I just want to add one more thought. A man has to know his limitations. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have one more gentleman. Benny, you're unmuted.
Benny, are you there?
Benny, are you there? You're unmuted.
All right, we lost him. Okay, I'm going to close public input. And council, I would love to get through this agenda, and I think we can do it in the 30 minutes we've got. I honestly, unless someone wants to say something, I certainly don't want to stop you from talking if you want to, but I think we've had plenty of conversation, and we can vote on the motion relatively quickly. Does anyone have something to say?
Well, yeah, in the defense of putting up the videotape that Jim Hill shared with us, it was quite obvious that the charter officers were getting a hearing on a day to come to on the Friday to come to a meeting to discuss why they canceled the city manager and the city and Mr. Dodd. You were here that day, by the way. There was conference.
I had to pound on the door and come in, and when I pounded on the door and came in, I told you the meeting was canceled. You told me that you were having your own meeting.
You're running the meeting, right?
Yeah.
Can I speak? Am I speaking? I didn't interrupt anybody.
No, but you used my name. Are you going to finish?
As soon as you're done, I'll wait.
Go ahead.
You're done?
I'm done.
Okay. So getting back to the tape that Mr. Hill put up there, that meeting was videotaped by 4 people to show that there was going to be full transparency. In that meeting, we were requesting another meeting on Friday, 2 days later, to find out exactly why, 3 hours before a regular meeting that we're entitled to have under the charter, a meeting once a month minimum. There is no reason, when I made requests that if you're going to cancel the regular meeting, you had to put the special, and it's not an emergency meeting, it's a special meeting. And it was requested to put that in place with the same agenda. And I'm entitled to that as a duly elected official for the people that voted for me, and that's what I requested. They played shenanigans and waited 3 hours to cancel that meeting so that they would not have proper 24-hour notice to call that meeting. That was intentional. If you don't see that, you got to be blind. You got to be literally blind not to be able to notice what they did and how they conspired to not let us have our checks and balances under the Constitution. It is wrong. Mr. Dodd came in here and almost started a fight with Mr. Muti. I had to break it up. That's how upset he was. You can't have a meeting here. Well, we were supposed to have a meeting. Why was it canceled? I didn't know it was canceled. They were ready to go to blows right there on the floor, and I had to break them up. Mr. Dodd had his buddy there holding the door open for more people to get ready to come in. And he said, I'm going to go get the sheriff, and I will be back. I said, hurry up, you're going to miss the meeting. And we left 2 spots open for him and the sheriff. Well, he brought the police from next door. That's exactly what happened. And I can't stop somebody from saying, psst, the cops are coming. Because it was violent. As a matter of fact, it was violent after the meeting out in the parking lot. The police will tell you, and there's people in this room that will tell you, that they went at it again. Mr. Dodd was very aggressive with Mr. Malti. I had to break him up here. The police had to tell him to go home out there. To me, that's not leadership. Mr. Dodd had the opportunity to sit up here on the dais and have that meeting with us, and his friend could have went right next door to get the police. I don't control the videotape people. There was 4 of them in here. We've asked all 4 of them to record it for the community. That is a secret meeting. In that tape, we knew that we can only have 10 people. And I counted 5, and 3 was 8, because there was somebody else in here, I thought. Maybe they left. That was Mrs. Bolton's boyfriend. And we left 2 seats open, one for the police and one for Mr. Dodd. And these doors lock automatically. They were not locked intentionally. And the gentleman that held the door open was Mr. Dodd's friend. While Mr. Dodd went to go get the police, he was standing there, and I said, fine, just keep the door open, but we can't have more than 10 people. Those are the facts. And then they say the police showed up and rushed us out of here. The meeting was already over. I was locking up. Mr. Malti was the last one out the door, and I closed it, and the officer asked me, is everything okay? And I said, yes, sir. We just finished our meeting. We were upset. Mr. Multi thought there was going to be a meeting here. I saw his email. Everybody knows it's in evidence. Mr. Multi came dressed, ready to do a meeting. If you're going to require 24 hours for a meeting, then you should require 24 hours to cancel a meeting, especially when a councilman exercises his right and duty under the charter to request that special meeting. The city manager played games with that. And he even said it in his email that I'm entitled to that meeting. And what did he do? He played politics. And that is wrong. That, to me, is wrong. He got a good one-page letter from me asking about the Friday meeting, and they denied us that as well. So when we went to mediation, we wanted to have open mediation so we wouldn't violate the sunshine laws. Their attorney, Mr. Jonathan, from their firm, said, no, we can't have this mediation. I had no problem doing it. I wanted everything to be in the open. We signed a stipulation for the judge to withhold that meeting until it's mediated. And we preserved that meeting until it's mediated. We may have to go back to court. We're gonna have to, if this is not done properly. We've already got the injunctive relief that we needed. We stopped. We're here, we're having a meeting, we're clearing this up, and I can't wait for the regular meetings. And by the way, I have no intentions of resigning. And good luck with your recall. I think that's great. You have the right to exercise your right and duty to do a recall. I'm proud of you. I would do the same thing. But excuse me, have justification. Okay? Have justification. So when you see a meeting like that, we're here doing checks and balances. We felt that meeting was manipulated because Mr. Dodd was on there to have his position rescinded and replaced, and that's why they canceled that meeting. There was a lot of important things. I have that.
Mr. Gilliam, would you get the topic, please?
Excuse me.
Would you get
I
the
listened
topic?
to everybody else. I listened to Mr. Hill. Please, don't interrupt me.
5-minute recess.
Mayor Dodd, I would ask that we call the question.
Thanks, sir. Question called the question. The motion was by
Can't hear you.
Speakers on. The motion was by Councilmember Gilliams that he did call a special meeting and that the special meeting was denied by the city manager in violation of the charter. It was seconded by, I think, Councilwoman Paris. So that is the motion second. A yes vote would agree with the motion, a no vote would disagree with the motion. So
Mr. Mayor, I was not done.
well, we've had a question being called, and that overrides all of it. So would you do the roll call,
Well, then you have
please?
to have the vote to call the question.
No, you don't
Follow
vote.
the
You don't vote.
procedures. If you're going to call the vote under Robert Rules of Order, you must call the vote to call the vote. Now, let's follow the procedures. You've been here. Jim knows the rules. That's right, my friend. Look it up.
I will. Thank you, sir.
Yep. You know, this is what I'm talking about, Mr. Mayor. You roughshod over everybody, and you think you know the rules, and you don't follow the rules. Never. And you malarkey everybody in this town. Okay? And that's my point.
I hate to do this to you, sir, but I need a parliamentary ruling. I believe that when a question is called, that overrides and we actually take the vote. Am I correct in that?
No, Your Honor.
I'm not?
It says, Mayor, I apologize.
It's all right.
Previous questions being called, you don't interrupt speaker, but it requires a second. No debate, but it will require a 2/3 vote.
I'm entitled to finish my debate.
Okay, so do you have...
I called the question.
Do we have a second on that? I'll second it. Now, it requires a 2/3 vote.
Roger that.
To move forward with the vote, or 2/3 vote to approve calling the question?
To call the question.
Right, you're calling the question.
Okay,
2/3
so now
vote,
we have
and then you move
all right,
forward.
we're going to vote on a roll call on calling the question. Would you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Motti?
I'm voting no.
Wow.
Vice Mayor Monty, did you vote? I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
This is to call the question.
To call the question?
Can I abstain on that vote?
No,
No. I don't think there's an abstention allowed.
there's not.
No amendment.
Would you repeat that for me, please?
All right, the motion is to call the question. A yes
What question are
vote.
we calling?
I'm sorry?
What is the question we're calling?
The question we're calling is Councilmember Damien's motion that he called a special meeting and that it was, and the charter was violated when the city manager turned it down. That's the question we're going to call. And this vote is just to call the question.
Right.
No.
No? Okay.
No.
No. Councilmember Hill?
No. Yes. Sorry.
Councilmember Paris? No. And Mayor Dodd?
No.
Yes.
We're all confused up
Wait
here.
a minute.
That's it.
So
Wait a minute, we're
Can't
all
call
Wait,
the
I'm
question. The
sorry.
debate
Damien, would
continues.
you let her finish, please?
you kind of were answering for Mayor Dodd. He said,
I said yes.
okay, thank you.
I think Vice Mayor had a question.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 3-2.
Wait,
They don't
the
want to
vice
take the
mayor has a
vote.
question. I'm going to let him ask the question.
No, I pass.
You pass, okay. All right, so we're not calling the question. Continue.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Attorney, for following the Robert Rules of Order and not the malarkey that comes off this dais. So, getting back to the tape, the videotape, the infamous videotape that everybody's accusing us of having a false meeting. Our intent was to have check and balances in this community to make sure that these guys would not be passing a $5 to $8 million project under a disguise of a fake declaration. A project, contractors are coming from the West Coast, where we have contractors here, and we're under a pandemic, and we have an emergency going on. We wanted to have that meeting, and in that meeting, we made it very clear
Mayor Dodd,
excuse me,
I would ask the relevance of this to the question. The
This is
relevance
pertaining to your
of this.
this is pertaining to the video you introduced, and I want to share with the public exactly what was in that videotape.
Does it have anything
Okay.
to do with
This
your
item-
does it have anything to do with your special
Well,
meeting
it
request?
did have anything to do, but he raised it. He raised it. Now I'm going to
Okay.
explain it.
Continue. You've got
Thank you.
you got 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. So, once again, we, Charles, Pam, and I, It was a very impulsive meeting. I did not come down here to have a meeting. I came down here in a hat and a sweatshirt for a rally. I was called by our supporters to come on down.
Who called you?
Buzz.
Buzz Herman called you?
Yeah, Buzz Herman called.
And what did Buzz Herman tell you?
Yeah, I'm not here to let you interrogate me.
We can ask him under oath, but what did Buzz Herman tell you?
Sir, you could talk to him after the meeting, okay?
Okay.
Let me
I'll make sure they
tell
do that.
everybody in the community, I want them to understand what transpired that day, so that they understand that we came in here with an open heart to try to do a check and balances because of what transpired at your previous meeting that you unilaterally vetoed. And you, by another attorney, was told, you cannot do that. My attorney told you, and the judge is telling you. And yet, you sell it to the community that you can get away with that. It's it's bull. It's crap. And there are other things that we discussed at that meeting that was not very clear, which we were giving the city manager and the city attorney an opportunity to tell us why you did this 3 hours before when I was requesting it days before that, starting on the 19th, the 20th, and the emails were going back and forth. It was very clear in the evidence tonight that we were legit. This was a legit situation. And they're upset that they took us to court, and I countersued them. And the judge ordered them to have meetings. It was ripe to have meetings. And it's not over because they violated our civil rights. There's going to be more to come because you're running a council here by not running it properly according to your charter. And it's not going to end. And I call these special meetings every day for a reason, so we can get them out of the way. When our regular meeting comes up, we can do something to help the businesses that are failing in this community and help our senior citizens that are at home that can't get out, and make sure that we have enough supplies and masks for everybody in the community. We have $5 million worth of reserves, but not everybody has money for a mask to run around this community. This virus is just starting. They are not testing. They are not testing anybody in this community, and you don't know who is sick and who's passed.
Meeting adjourned. We'll carry this agenda over till tomorrow night at 6 o'clock.
Thank you, sir.